Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream video. Okay, so मैं मनीष तिवारी, okay, also known as a web dev YT. Okay, तो आज के इस लाइव स्ट्रीम वीडियो में आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूँ. Okay, तो इस स्ट्रीम को स्टार्ट करने से पहले जस्ट लेट मी नो गाइस कि आपको मेरी आवाज़ you can hear my audio and also you can see my video properly or not. Okay, but if you have any like issue while hearing me, just mention me in the chat so that I can try to fix. Okay, and then we will proceed with the next step. Okay, so I hope you can hear me properly. आपको मेरी आवाज़ प्रॉपर सुनाई दे रही होगी. Okay, so now let's proceed. So आज के इस वीडियो में हम like a code sharing application को create करेंगे. Like that will be a full stack project, like a complete MERN stack project. Okay, जहाँ पर हम like React, we will use React Tailwind CSS to create the UI, and also we will use Node.js, Express, and MongoDB to create our backend API. Okay, so I hope you will be too excited, like as I also I am too excited to create this project. Okay, so now let's have an overview of our project. Okay, so now as you can see, like here this is the my like homepage of our website, like code sharing app, and here you can see we have some title, and below the title you can see there is a one, you can see a VS Code type of editor, code editor. Okay, which you can see here, and currently on this code editor we are like I have written some default HTML code, okay, which you can see here. Okay, so and if you go down here you can see here you can at the bottom left side, यहाँ पर आपको like से दो बटन दिख रहे होंगे, like से HTML and the light. Like this first button is responsible for changing the language of this code. Like currently you can say I am at the HTML page, and also you can see the language of like is HTML, and यहाँ पर यदि मैं HTML के अलावा कोई दूसरा कोड बेस लिखता हूँ, let's say I am writing as a JavaScript, let's say const name equal to Manish. Like you can say I can write it, but you can't see like the similar kind of like the title color and everything is not getting applied here, because this page is only related to HTML page. Okay, now यदि मैं HTML के अलावा कोई सेकेंड लैंग्वेज अगर मैं यूज करता हूँ तो उस पर वो जो होता है फॉर्मेटिंग वो अप्लाइड नहीं होगा. बट इफ आई यूज एनी HTML tag like such as just a p, then you can say I am getting some suggestion and everything we will get here. Okay, so this is the HTML page. Now let's see how many language we can use, okay, in our project. Now except from HTML, यदि मैं drop down arrow पर click करता हूँ, then you can say we can write our code in CSS language as well as the JavaScript as well. Okay, so now let's see one by one. तो हम CSS को select करते हैं. If I select CSS, now you can see I am at the CSS page. Okay, and यहाँ पर जो भी हम CSS से related logic वो यहाँ पर प्रीव्यू होगा. It's just like a code editor, just as your VS Code. Okay, so यहाँ पर like instead of like HTML, okay, I don't want to screenshot. Okay, now यदि यहाँ पर like let's say यदि मैं CSS के अलावा कोई दूसरा कोड यदि लिखता हूँ तो then you can say I am getting some error kind of thing. Okay, so like in this case we can only write the CSS code here. Now let's say if I write to CSS code यहाँ पर, और आपको सभी like CSS से सभी जो प्रॉपर्टीज होते हैं उसके रिगार्डिंग सजेशन भी मिलेगा. Like if I write F4, you can say I am getting some suggestion like font size, or we can use the font family, or like this suggestion will come like with regard to CSS only. Okay, currently I am at the CSS so page, तो हमें CSS page के regarding ही यहाँ पर suggestion मिलेगा. Like if I choose font size, नहीं, font size is looking like this, and also we can use any value or we can define our value as well. Okay, like this. Okay, I hope you are getting my point. Okay, so now CSS page हो गया. Now let's say is there any more page you can code. Like say, apart from HTML CSS we have JavaScript also. Okay, so we can write our JavaScript code here as well. Okay, now here you can say also we will get like some suggestion regarding to JavaScript as well. Okay, whether we can use var, let, anything we can write our JavaScript code in this page here. Okay, let's say const name equal to, we can write, let's say, web dev yt. Okay, like this, and we can write any like console message. Like here you can say we are getting the suggestion as well. Okay, so like apart from this, okay, like I have created one like a theme changer button also. Okay, or you can say the toggle theme button. तो यहाँ पर लाइक ड्रॉप डाउन बटन पर जैसे क्लिक करेंगे, यहाँ आपको दो ऑप्शन मिलेंगे, आइदर यू कैन प्रीव्यू और कोड एडिटर इन लाइट मोड। के बाय डिफॉल्ट इनिशियली कोड हमारा जो लाइट मोड में प्रीव्यू होगा, बट वंस आई क्लिक ऑन डार्क मोड यू कैन से इट विल बी प्रीव्यू इन डार्क मोड एंड वी विल सी आवर कोड इन डार्क मोड। ओके, and also like once we have written our code, okay, and also we want to share this code with our friends and anyone. Okay, if you want to share this, then you can say at the bottom right side आपको यहाँ एक share button दिख रहा होगा. Once you click on this share button, it will show one prompt. Okay, like your code has been saved, and copy the URL will be saved. And here you can see a URL will be generated. Okay, and one copy link button will be there. Now once you click on this share, जैसे आप share button पर click करते हैं, it will navigate you to the this URL. Okay, like localhost 5.73 instead of local. If you deploy this application, then like after your like you can say the domain name, it will redirect to this page. Okay, okay, and also you can click on this copy button. जैसे आप इस copy button पर click करते हैं, it will copy your URL, and this URL you can share with your friends and any person at your social media as well. Okay, you can share. So like I have clicked on the copied and my URL has copied. Now if I click on this plus button, okay, like I open a new tab. Okay, यहाँ पे हम यदि control V paste करते हैं, now you can say I have the URL. Okay, and once I click on the enter, okay, then you can see I have the same code here as well. Okay, like as I have not modified on the HTML page, but if I go to the CSS code, okay, like you can say my modified code is showing here. Okay, and also if I go to my JavaScript code as well, you can say my JavaScript code is showing here. Okay, so I hope you got an idea like what is this project about. Okay, this project, so like I have got an overview of this project as well, but if you have any query, okay, तो आपको यह project समझ में नहीं आया है, so you can mention me in the chat section so that I can try to explain in a more better way. Okay, but if you understood the overview, okay, and you have an idea like what this project is about, you can mention me in the chat section like I got the point. Okay, so I hope आपको इस प्रोजेक्ट का ओवरव्यू पूरा समझ में आया है and you don't have any query. Okay, so like as I earlier mentioned, इस प्रोजेक्ट को क्रिएट करने के लिए okay, we will use a complete MERN stack technology. Like if you know, like the MERN stack is stands for MongoDB, okay, Express, React, and Node.js. Okay, so we will use all this technology to create our project. Okay, so we will use React. Along with React, we will use Tailwind CSS to create the user interface. Okay, and also we will use Node.js, Express, and MongoDB to create our backend API. Okay, so like if we need a backend like to create this kind of like if you like notice like once I'm clicking on the share button, so there is a one link is generated, and once we are sharing this link to anyone, like they can able to see my code. Okay, so we need backend API to store our code to the database. Okay, so that we can get a unique ID from the database. Okay, we will get the unique ID from backend. Okay, and then once a user navigate to this like user ID or let's say unique URL, then it will fail, like it will take this like ID, code ID, and it will face the code from the database, and we will render it on the user interface. Okay, so I hope you got my point and you don't have any issue. Okay, now let's start creating this application. Okay, so to create our application, okay, first we will create our React application. After the React, like I will create the first user interface. Okay, so first we'll create the user interface and then we'll define our Node.js, or we can do the vice versa to it. Like first we can create our Node.js, then we can create the user interface. Like anything is fine, it's all up to you, like how you want to create your projects. Okay, so but before we start further, I just want you guys to have your opinion कि आप क्या चाहते हैं, whether you want me to create a like backend API first, or you want me to create a user interface, or let's say client side application first. Okay, whatever your thought, just comment me in the chat section. Okay, and I will start with that. Okay. Should I first create the like backend application or the front end? Okay guys, feel free to comment in the chat section. Okay, okay guys, so uh, if like I did not get any like comment in the chat section, okay, it's okay. Okay, and also let's tell you my opinion. Okay, I will be proceed with like user interface. Okay, so that you can see the user interface. Okay, like how I create the like UI. Okay, for our application. So after creating the user interface, we will create the backend API. Okay, so to create the user interface, what I will do? Okay, I will go to desktop. ओके, डेस्कटॉप पर जाते हैं और अपने फोल्डर लोकेशन पर जाते हैं जहां पर हम अपने रिएक्ट एप्लीकेशन को इंस्टॉल कर सकते हैं। सो यहाँ पर हम एक फोल्डर क्रिएट करते हैं और इसका नाम देते हैं जैसे कोड शेयरिंग ऐप। ओके, हाइफन क्लाइंट। ओके, सो आई हैव क्रिएटेड नाउ। हम इस लाइक फोल्डर को अपने VS कोड एडिटर में ओपन करते हैं। तो आई विल राइट क्लिक ऑन इट and select open with code option. Okay, so it will open my like folder in the VS code editor. Okay, let's reduce the font size. Okay, I think it's looking fine. We don't need to clone any project from GitHub. Okay, so यहाँ पर like सबसे पहले हम अपने React application को इंस्टॉल करेंगे and then React application को इंस्टॉल करने के बाद इसमें Tailwind CSS को सेटअप करेंगे। Okay, so now let's do it. So React को इंस्टॉल करने के लिए सबसे पहले हमें टर्मिनल को ओपन करना होगा। Okay, so I will click on this three dot. Okay, and then we'll go to terminal and then select new terminal. Okay, so it will open a terminal into a VS Code editor. Okay, so it's open. So let's install the React application. So React application को install करने के लिए command लिखेंगे npm create void @latest. Okay, and then dot. Okay, like I will be use void to create our React application. Okay, but if you are like if you are also working on the same project and if you want to create this beautiful project along with me, okay, so and if you don't want to create with white, you can still use the like create react app. Okay, like there will be no difference in the code. Okay, like there will only difference like how you install a react application, but while coding, like every code will be same. You can write the same code on at white or at the pure create react type. Okay, so that's it. Now again हम enter button पर click करते हैं। Okay, now it will it asks me to select a framework. Okay, so as I want to use react, so मैं react को choose करूँगा। Okay, to choose react we can't use the cursor here. Okay, we need to use arrow up key or down key to navigate between option. Okay, so I will press down arrow twice and I will select react and then press enter. Okay, then in next step asking me to select a variant, so मैं JavaScript use करूँगा। So I will click JavaScript and then press enter. So done. So now it is scaffold on my project. So now in next step we need to install the dependency. Okay, so to install dependency we'll write command as npm install. Okay, so just wait guys, wait for some time until it will install the dependencies. Okay, meanwhile if you have any like query or any if you have any issue, you can message me in the chat section, or if you are with me, okay, like if you are also coding, just let me know guys in the chat section. Okay, and one more thing, जब तक ये dependency install होता है, make sure to like my like stream guys, और also यदि आप मेरे चैनल पर नए हैं और पहली बार मेरे चैनल को विजिट कर रहे हैं तो make sure to subscribe. Like I will tell you, मैं ऐसे कोडिंग रिलेटेड वीडियो लाइक मैं जावास्क्रिप्ट, HTML CSS और रिएक्ट आइदर नेक्स्ट.js के ऊपर भी लाइक प्रोजेक्ट वीडियो रेगुलरली अपलोड करता हूँ। ओके, सो इफ यू वांट टू लर्न लाइक प्रोग्रामिंग और advanced technology, so please make sure to subscribe my channel. Okay, so I hope आपने सब्सक्राइब भी कर दिया होगा और साथ ही साथ वीडियो को लाइक भी जरूर किया होगा. Okay, and also you can see my dependency has been installed. Okay, so now I will clear the terminal. Okay, so like as you can see I have installed a React. Okay, so React को इंस्टॉल करने के बाद हम अपने React एप्लीकेशन में Tailwind CSS को भी सेटअप करेंगे. Like as I earlier said, we will use React along with Tailwind CSS to create our user interface. Okay, so let's install the Tailwind. और Tailwind CSS को इंस्टॉल करने के लिए हम ब्राउजर पर जाते हैं. ओके, और यहाँ पर हम Tailwind CSS, लेट्स क्लोज ऑल द विंडो. Tailwind CSS के ऑफिशियल साइट पर जाते हैं. Okay, ऑफिशियल प्लेटफॉर्म. देन we'll click on this get started button. Again we'll choose the framework. Okay, as I select white, so I will select white here. Okay, so in the first step you can say it's asking to like create your project. Okay, since मैंने ऑलरेडी अपने प्रोजेक्ट को सेटअप कर लिया है, लाइक मैंने ऑलरेडी एक नया वाइट प्रोजेक्ट को इंस्टॉल किया है, बट इफ आई हैव नॉट इंस्टॉल इट, ओके, सो वी कैन यूज दिस कमांड टू इंस्टॉल और वाइट एप्लीकेशन. सिंस मैंने इसे ऑलरेडी कंप्लीट किया तो मैं इसे इग्नोर कर सकता हूँ. नाउ लेट्स मूव विद द सेकंड स्टेप. So in the second step, we need to install Tailwind CSS. So what I will do, I will copy this command. Okay, I will go to my VS Code editor, and also I have some more VS Code window open, so I can close it. Okay, so yeah. So I am at my terminal now. Here I will paste the command. Okay, so now just wait until it install the Tailwind CSS. Okay, so as you can see, Tailwind CSS install हो चुका है. Now I will clear the terminal once again. Go to the browser. Now we need to generate Tailwind config.js file as well as the post css.config.js file. Okay, so like इन दोनों फाइल को जनरेट करने के लिए हम npx tailwind css init-p इस कमांड का यूज कर सकते हैं. तो मैं इस कमांड को कॉपी करता हूँ. ओके, और अपने टर्मिनल पर पेस्ट करते हैं. ओके, so yeah, like if you can notice here, it will install like generate post css.config.js file and tailwind.config.js file. Okay, now let's clear it. Okay, now we can minimize our terminal. So let's see the next step. So next step में हमें अपने like tailwind.config.js file को कॉन्फ़िगर करना होता है. Okay, add the all required part. Okay, हमें इसमें पार्ट को ऐड करना होता है. So what I will do, यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ राइट साइड में tailwind.config फाइल में कुछ कोड हाईलाइटेड है. तो हमें सिंपली हमें क्या करना है, इस हाईलाइटेड कोड को कॉपी करना है. Okay, so I will copy this code. Okay, and then come to tailwind.config.js file. Okay, और यहाँ पर हम इस अपने कोड को पेस्ट करते हैं like this. Okay, so it's done. तो हम tailwind.config.js फाइल को मिनिमाइज कर सकते हैं और क्लोज कर सकते हैं. Now let's see the next step. So next step में हमें add tailwind directives को like for each of the tailwind layer. Okay, हमें अपने src/index फाइल में ऐड करना है. तो हम इस कोड को कॉपी करते हैं. Again I will come to my VS Code editor and then src फोल्डर को ओपन करते हैं. यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं एक index.css का फाइल है. इस फाइल को ओपन करते हैं. As we don't need this like code, so मैं इसे like select all कर सकता हूँ. Control A to select all the code and then we can delete it. Okay, and here we can like enter our code. Okay, let's add the Tailwind component and Tailwind utilities. Okay, so it's done. Now let's see the next step. So I think every step is done. Okay, like if you want to install Tailwind CSS in your React, तो आपको सबसे पहले Tailwind CSS, Post CSS एंड ऑटो प्रीफिक्सर को एज अ dev dependency इंस्टॉल करना होता है, एंड देन you need to generate tailwind.config.js file as and as well as the post css.config.js file. Okay, so you can use this command to install or generate it. और अगला स्टेप में हमें कंटेंट को लाइक हमें tailwind.config.js फाइल में कुछ मॉडिफिकेशन करना होता है. So we just need to copy this content and replace in the tailwind.config.js file, and then we need to add this directive inside our index.css file. Okay, that's it. Okay, so if you follow this step, so it will be like you will be able to like link your project with Tailwind CSS. Okay, so like as I have already completed, now let's say कि like whether our Tailwind CSS like successfully linked with our project or not. हम इसे टेस्ट करते हैं. So टेस्ट करने के लिए मैं इस कोड को कॉपी कर सकता हूँ. So I will copy this code. Okay, again I will go to my VS Code editor. We can close this file. इस फाइल को क्लोज करते हैं, and then I will open the add.js. यहाँ पर आप सकते हैं कुछ प्री डिफाइंड कोड दिए हुए हैं. ये डिफॉल्ट कोड टेम्पलेट है. जैसे आप वाइट एप्लीकेशन को इंस्टॉल करते हैं, so white will provide this default code template. Okay, you don't need to worry. We can remove this code. Okay, and we can start from scratch. So here I will do Control A, and I can delete it. And again I need to create a fresh React component. Okay, so for that मैं यहाँ पे लिखता हूँ RAFCE and then enter बटन पर क्लिक करता हूँ. So it will generate some like a default code template, okay, for a React component. So it's done. और यहाँ पर हम इस div को रिप्लेस करते हैं. Like if you remember, मैंने h1 tag को कॉपी किया था from Tailwind CSS site. So I will just replace it here. Okay, so it's done. Now हम अगेन टर्मिनल को ओपन करते हैं और अपने एप्लीकेशन को रन करते हैं. तो एप्लीकेशन को रन करने के लिए कमांड लिखते हैं npm run dev. Okay, just wait for some time, it will run for application. Here you can see I got a URL. Okay, so I will control plus click on this URL. Okay, now you can see we have the beautiful hello world. Okay, as you notice यहाँ पर मैंने कुछ like Tailwind CSS का property यूज किया है. Let's say text 3xl font bold and underline. So you can say I am getting the underline below this text. The font is also in bold text, and also I think you can notice the font size is also increased. Okay, so like this stated like हमने successfully अपने React application में Tailwind CSS को setup कर लिया है. Okay, and it's working fine. Okay, so what I will open this our React application to a new window so that I can navigate it easily. Okay, now let's start creating our project. Okay, now to create like this project we need some assets file as well for our project. So I will use the assets file. Okay, so let's go to the dev challenges. Now dev challenges, I guess it's on desktop, then inside project. So here I will copy all this thing. Like here you can say I have the some down arrow icon, hero background, and link as well. Okay, so I will copy all this thing. I will go to my folder. Okay, project location. Okay, यहाँ पर let's say select my project. Where it's on here. Here you can say at the top, code sharing app client. So inside the public, I will create a assets folder here. So assets. Okay, and inside this assets folder I will paste all my images like this. So it's done. Now we can successfully close our file explorer. Now यदि मैं अपने VS Code editor में जाता हूँ, now if I open my public directory, so you can see I have one assets folder, and if I open the assets folder you can see I have these icons. Okay, down arrow, hero background, notepad, and everything. Okay, so let's minimize our terminal. Okay, Okay, now let's start creating our projects. Okay, so for that, first I will go to the index.css file. Okay, here. Okay, so now let's first style some basic CSS code. Okay, so first I like to create this project. Like I will use like output Google font. Okay, so let's first use this. Okay, so I will search on Google. Let's say outfit. Okay, Google font. Okay, so here you can say I got one like the URL. Okay, so we just need to click on the first URL. Okay, so it will navigate me to the outfit font family page. So here I will click the get font button. Okay, now I will click on get embedded code, and then I will select the import statement. Okay, so here you can say I got the import URL which I can use inside my CSS page. So I will copy this. Okay, now I will come to our CSS page. Okay, and at the top here I can paste it. Okay, so it's done. Okay, we have imported our like outfit font family into our application. Now let's use some like the style, CSS style. So here I will use margin, okay, as 0. Okay, again I will use padding as 0, and I will use box size to border box. We can use it by using the, let's say, Tailwind CSS also. Okay, but let's use the like proper CSS file or CSS code here only. Okay, then later we can in the component we will use the Tailwind CSS code. Okay, for styling our layout. Okay, now here we'll target our body and we'll change the font family. So I will use font family. Okay, and here I will use outfit. Okay, and if like any browser is not supporting that font family, then in this case it will inherit a sans serif, like it will take the default font family sans serif. Okay, now below this font family I will change the background color as well. Okay, so background color I will use it. Okay, 8B, okay, 5C, and F6. I'll use this background color. Now like that's it for the index.css. We don't need to write anything here, so we can close this file. Now we can go to our app.js page. Okay, so but before writing anything here, what I want to create a layout for our application. Okay, so for that, in the src folder, okay, I will create a new folder, named it as layouts. Okay, and inside that layout I will create a main background.jsx file. Okay, so now like in this file we'll define the background images and ability background color for our application. Okay, so now let's create it. So first here I will write RAFC to generate a default like arrow function component. Okay, and here I will apply some class name to this div. Okay, so I will use class name as relative. Okay, and then I will define the medium height, like the mean height, as screen. Like screen means it will take the 100 vs, or you can say the full screen size. Okay, it will occupy that kind of width. Then here I will define our background color, so I will give the same background color here as well. So the code is 8B5C and F6. Okay, so that's it for this div. Now inside this div I will create another div. Okay, and in this div I will give the class name as select hyphen none. Okay, now I'll press the enter button. Now apart from select none, I will give one more properties. Okay, so here I will define the height for this div. I will define the height as 700 px. Okay, and inside this div I will create one image tag. Okay, and for this image I will give the assist Like I will define the part name as assist slash. Now if you notice, I have the not this assist, we can remove this assist folder, okay, so that we don't have any confusion. Like if you remember, मैंने public directory में एक assist folder create किया है, like this assist file, and inside this assist file we have the background color and let's say down arrow icon, link and everything we are getting here. Okay, so we will use the background color from here. Let's say it will be assist slash, okay, then it will be hero, okay, hyphen background, okay, and then hyphen node code, okay, address 2x dot png, okay, and in the alt file we'll write as, let's say, hero background, okay, like this. So let's save it. Okay, now we can like close this also. Okay, so let's say below this div, okay, here I will write like, so this main background, it will have access to the some children. Okay, so I will write children here like this. Okay, and here we will first compare, like if there is children, okay, then only show the below, okay, or you can say the below code. Okay, if there is no children, then we will not show the below code. Okay, so here I will create one div with class name as absolute. Okay, then, okay, let's give it absolute first. Okay, now let's add some more class name to it. So it will be translate, okay, hyphen x. Okay, and then we pass the 50%. Then we'll use left hyphen 50%. Okay, then we'll use top hyphen 10 and w hyphen full. Okay, and inside this day we will show our children. Okay, so done. We have created our main background. Now let's go to our app.js page. Okay, now here I will remove the h1 tag. Okay, and here I will import my main background, okay, like this. Okay, and here we will write our, like some, let's say some any content, let's say a p tag only, and यहाँ पर हम लिखते हैं hello world. Okay, now let's say how it will look. तो चलिए मैं अपने VS Code editor पर जाता हूँ. Now you can see I have my background image and the hello world, everything we are seeing here. But I think there is something missing here. Let's go to main background. Okay, so here I have not add the class name to this image. Okay, so let's add the class name also. So here I will add the class name as, let's say, object cover. Okay, object bottom. Okay, let's say object position will be bottom, and then w full and h full. Okay, now if I come to our browser, now you can say it will look nice. Okay, so I guess everything's fine. Okay, so but if you have any query till here, you can message me in the chat section. You can comment in the chat section. But if you don't have any query, you can also give a thumbs up to me, okay, so that I can proceed next. Okay, like I just wanted to know, like, are you getting my point, like in the way I am explaining the code to you? Are you getting at that? बट यदि आपको कहीं पर भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, आपको कुछ कहीं पर कोई भी क्वेरी है, so you can message that in the chat section so that I can try to resolve. Okay, so I will wait for some time till here. Okay, so if you are coding with me, you can code. Okay, and also you can, if you have any like query, you can message me in the chat section. So now I think you don't have any query. Okay, so now we can proceed further. Okay, so now let's create our the children or content. Okay, so I can like close this main background component. Okay, and now I will create a new component inside our folder. So I will right click on the src folder. Okay, यहाँ पर और न्यू फोल्डर को select करते हैं. यहाँ पर हम नेम देते हैं let's say components. Okay, or let's create our first component. So I will name it as content. Okay, .jsx. Okay, let's minimize that file explorer, and here I will use RAFCE to generate a React arrow function component. Okay, so it's done. Now let's define the, let's say the, if you notice on the website, so we need to define our some, let's say the title, logo, and some description about our project. Okay, so we will define here. First, let's give the some class name to this div. Okay, so I will give the class name as, let's say flex. Okay, flex hyphen call. Okay, then items hyphen center, and then we'll write gap hyphen, let's say 2. Okay, let's remove this content, and below, like inside this div, first I will create one image tag. Okay, and the src, in the src I will write the path as assist slash node code logo. I guess it's correct. Like we can see on public slash assist slash, here you can see we have that logo. So it should be have the same name, like node code logo dot svg. Okay, and here in the alt attribute we can pass value as node code logo. Okay, it's done. Now we can minimize our explorer. Okay, now below this like image I will create one paragraph. Okay, and I will write the content as, let's say create and share. Okay, like this, and I will write apply some class name to this paragraph. So class name will be, let's say text hyphen 2xl. Okay, and font semi bold. Okay, and below this paragraph I will create another p tag. Okay, and I will write the content as your code easily. Okay, and here also I will apply some class name to it. So class name will be, let's say text hyphen 4xl. Okay, and then font semi bold. Okay, it's done. Now below this p tag I will create another div. Okay, but I won't define anything here. We will define it later, but just let's apply some class name to this div. So class name will be margin top to 3, let's say empty hyphen 3, and then md colon, like for medium device empty hyphen 8 and mb hyphen 20. Okay, so it's done. So now let's import this content here on the app page. So here what I will do, I will import that content. So I will write the content, and I will select the correct path. Okay, and I will call this component here. Now if I go to my browser, you can see I have a beautiful like logo, create and share, text and paragraph, like both the text you can see here. Okay, so I hope till here you don't have any query, but if you have, okay, just message me in the chat section. Okay, so that I can try to resolve, but I think you don't have any query. Okay, now let's see how we can create a code editor below this text. Okay, so to create this code editor, okay, I will use an npm library. Okay, so let's see which library I can use to create a, let's say, code editor. Okay, so I will let you know, guys, like I will use, let's say, Monaco, okay, editor React. I will search Monaco editor React. Okay, so like you can say the first option, like Monaco editor React. Okay, you can see the one library. If you search Monaco editor React, okay, the first site you will get from the npm itself. Okay, so just open this Monaco, like the library npm package, and here you can see, you can read all about the description about the Monaco editor. Okay, like here, if you want to let's say, let's go down. So here you can say the simple uses, and let's say if you want to have this demo, so you can click on this check it out button. Okay, so it will open a create demo, and now here you can say how you can achieve this thing, like the code editor. Yeah, hi, Spoder man, welcome to my stream. Okay, so to create the code editor, I will use this Monaco editor library. Okay, you can say it's uses by like almost, let's say, 6 lakh 5 to 54,000 person. Okay, weekly downloads is here. Okay, so you can read out it, and you can see the file size as well, like it's a small file size. Okay, so like it won't like had like load issue on the platform as well. Okay, so I think this will be a good library to create like implement text editor kind of thing into our application. Okay, and you can see like how we can use it here. Like they have also provided some basic code snippet, or like you can refer it, you can try to implement inside your project. Okay, so what I will do, okay, now I will import this library into our project. So I will copy this link or command, okay, installation command. Now I will come to my VS Code editor, and I will open my terminal. Okay, like you can see, currently on my terminal my application is running. So either we can close this application, yeah, make separate net terminal open we करते हैं. So I will click on plus symbol. Okay, so it will create a new terminal. Okay, और यहाँ पर हम कोड को like से command को paste करते हैं. Then I will press the enter button. So it will install the Monaco editor slash react into our project. Just wait until it installed. Okay, so as you can see, it's installed up like package. So now I will clear this terminal. Okay, I can minimize the terminal. Now let's see. So like first I will create a new component. Okay, so let's minimize the public directory. So inside that component, again I will create a new folder, and I will name it as editor. Okay, and inside this editor I will create a new file. Okay, I will name as Monaco editor.jsx. Okay, like this. Now I can minimize our explorer. Okay, here again I will create a React arrow function export component. So I will use the code snippet as RAFCE. Now let's start creating our layout. Okay, so first what I will do, inside the return, okay, here I will apply some class name to this div. Okay, and class name, so it will have the class name as w hyphen, let's say, 90 VW as a viewport, and then for large it will have the width as say 80. Okay, 880 px for a large screen. Okay, then we'll write some padding as p-4, then we'll use rounded -xl, then we'll use shadow, okay, -2xl, okay, and then that's it. Okay, just give me a second, guys. I will be back soon. Hello. Yeah. Hello everyone. Okay, thank you for being patient. Okay, I just received a one call. Okay, that's why I had to pause my stream for some time period. Okay, but now I am back. Okay, so now let's start. Okay, so I was designing the layout for our code editor. Okay, so as you can see, I am currently inside the Monaco editor component. Okay, here I just applied some basic, or you can say the some Tailwind CSS class name to our container, editor container. Okay, now let's proceed the next. Okay, so let's say I have applied some properties width as 90 VW, and for large screen it will be 880 px. Padding I have defined as 4 rounded XL. Okay, like rounded XL means it will have create some rounded border. Okay, and then side out to XL. So that's it. Now inside this div I will import our editor. So I will write editor. So it will import that editor. Like you can say I'm getting suggestion of editor, and it will import this editor from @monaco -editor / react. Okay, as you can see, it will add this import statement. If I click on this, okay, so I need editor, so I will click on this link, and you can see it import the editor into our component. Okay, so now what I will do, first I need to define the theme for our editor. Okay, so far it will support like theme value as, let's say it will take the two option. Okay, as you hover on it, you can see the theme for Monaco available option are vs-dark or light. Okay, so like either we can give the light or vs dark, like these two themes it will support only. Okay, so currently I will use light. Okay, and I will show how it will look once I apply the vs-dark theme. Okay, so let's say theme light, and then below this, like after this theme we need to define the height as well. Okay, so I will write height as, let's say, 720 px. Okay, or we can modify it later. Okay, let's, for example, let's give it 720 px, then we'll give width, let's say is 100%. Okay, then here we'll write some predefined value. Okay, let's say we pass the value as your code here. Okay, I will write this code for example. Okay, then after this value we need to define the language. Yes, I will define language as say JavaScript. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, and I think that's it. Okay, if I go to our, let's say, browser, okay, you can't see anything here. Okay, like as I have created this Monaco editor component, but we are not using it anywhere, so we need to use it inside. Like we can use it this like Monaco editor component inside our content. Okay, so inside the last div, okay, here I will import our Monaco editor. Okay, so Monaco editor, and make sure it should import from the dot/editor/Monaco editor. Okay, like this. Now let's save it. Now if I go to our browser, okay, you can see here is my beautiful code editor. You can see here. Okay, so as you can see my view code editor, and here you can see like I have defined the language as JavaScript. So like it say it, if it support all the suggestion for the JavaScript also or not. Now you can see मैंने सिर्फ C लिखा, and it will give all the suggestion like which we can use. Okay, now let's say if I write O and N, then you can see like I want to create a constant variable, then I will write const. Okay, name is equal to, here we can write web dev 5t. Okay, so now you can see it's looking like this. Also, let's change something. Like here, I have defined some, let's say, a hard-coded value of height as 720 px. But if I give it 100%, then how it will look? Okay, let's refresh it. Okay, now you can see it's not looking nice. I think I need to define some height. Okay, so let's see how much height or we can give here. I think 720 px is looking too big. So instead of 720, let's go with, let's say, 560 px. Okay, like this, or instead of, let's decrease it more. Instead of 560, let's check for 480. Okay, let's say 360 px. Okay, now it will look like this, and I think it's looking fine. What do you say, guys? Okay, let's say 280. I think 320 will look fine. Yeah, let it be. Okay, now you can say here I have created my code editor. Okay, so what is your suggestion, guys? Is it looking good, or should I need to increase the size of this code editor little bit? Okay. So what is your suggestion? Just let me know in the, okay, chat section, guys. Let's go to index.css, not index.css page. I guess on hero background or main background. I guess, yeah, main background. I think here I have defined the height as 700. Let's reduce this from 700 to, let's say, 400. Now let's see how it will look. Let's increase this more, 480. Okay, let's give it 560. Hmm. Now I guess for 460 it's looking fine. Okay. I just want to reduce this scrolling behavior. Okay, but I don't, I don't think so. It's also have some issue. I think 600 px is looking fine. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let it be. We can close this main background. Okay, we can increase some height for this code editor as well. The 360 px. Okay, it will be fine, I guess. Yeah. So it's done. So as you can see, I have defined my code editor. Now, if you notice at the design, like it's only restricted to one language. Okay, like for JavaScript only. Okay, but what I want, like this Monaco code editor, if you go to this npm package, okay, and if you go to the, let's say, their props. Okay, let's go to the editor. Now here you can see the language supported by this, like Monaco editor. So if I click on this supported text, okay, so here you can see all the languages which is supported by the this Monaco studio, Monaco editor. You can see it support language, the CSS, Dart, the Docker file, okay, Go language, GraphQL, HTML file, HTML language, Kotlin, less than, okay, sorry, Liquid, okay, and then if you scroll down, you can say support Redis, like, yeah, overall, like you can see it supports multiple languages. Okay, so but for our project, okay, we will only use three languages, three programming languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so now let's create a button to the bottom left side to navigate between all the language. Okay, so now let's do it. So I will come to my Monaco editor. Okay, and here also I want to apply some option. Okay, so here I will pass some option like this, and I will create another object. So here first I want to specify the font family. Okay, so here also I will define the same font family which I am using. So outfit. Okay, then I will use font literatures. Okay, and here I will use true. Okay, now you can see it will our font family has been changed. Okay, and now after this font literature I will use font weight as let's say 500, and I will use format on paste, and I will use true. Okay, so if I copied any code, okay, and if I paste on this editor, okay, so it will be, by default it will format that code. Okay, so it's done. Now below this editor again I will create another div. Okay, and I will apply some class name to it as empty hyphen 3, then flex hyphen wrap. Okay, then gap hyphen 3. Okay, and now I can write class name as justify, let's say between. Okay, then I will press the enter button. Now inside this div, okay, again I will create another div, and this time I will apply class name as flex. Okay, let's say flex hyphen wrap, then we can use gap hyphen 3. Okay, I can use w hyphen full, then md colon w hyphen auto. Okay, and then we'll use justify and center. Okay, press the enter button. Yes, it's done. Now inside this div I want to create our select language and the select theme button. Okay, so before that I want to create a state for our language. So here I will write const language. Okay, and then set language. Okay, it says spelling. Okay, so language, and it will be a use state hook. So I will call this use state hook like this, and by default I will pass initial value as JavaScript. Okay, like this. Okay, so it's done. Now also I will create one, let's say, function here. So I will create const handle change language. Okay, so now this will take a language as an argument. Okay, or we can name it as new language. Okay, and here what I will do, I will just call a set language, and inside that set language I will pass my new language like this. So it's done. Now let's create a, let's say, editor language component. So I will like open our explorer. Okay, then open the src folder, and I will right click on the component, or inside that component, not component, I will right click on the editor, and inside that editor I will create a like component called editor language. Okay, dot .jsx. Okay, that's it. Now we can minimize our terminal. Sorry, not terminal, explorer, and here we'll write RAFCE. Okay, so like this editor language component will take two props. Okay, so we will extract that props here. Let's say it will take a language prop and it will take a handle change language. Okay, that's it. Now we don't need this div. Like instead of div, it will return a select tag. Okay, and this select tag will have some class name. So it will have p-2, then outline hyphen none. Okay, then it will have focus colon ring hyphen 2, and it will have focus colon, okay, ring hyphen blue, okay, hyphen 500. Then it will have text hyphen black, okay, and it will have text hyphen sn, and then rounded hyphen lg. Okay, it has name and id. Okay, let it be. Now it needs one more class name. Okay, so we'll pass, let's say bg hyphen then square brackets. So यहाँ पर हम ऐसे बैकग्राउंड कोड यूज करेंगे, let's say CE D6 and E1. Okay, now let's save it. Now we'll pass the name and ID as well. Like ID is not required for this select, we can remove it. We can pass name as, let's say, language. Okay, you can pass the name as language. Then inside the selector, okay, we need to define our option. So for that, what I will do, I will create a constant variable for options. So here I will add const option equal to, and it will be an array of object. So inside this object, I will use first value, and value will be, let's say, HTML. Okay, and the content. Okay, and it will take content as HTML like this. Okay, so now what I will do, I will do control C, control V 2 times. Okay, now I will change HTML to CSS. Here also I will write CSS. Okay, and also we can write value as JavaScript. Okay, and the content also we can write JavaScript like this. Okay, so it's done. Let's save it. Now inside that select, we'll write options dot map. Okay, we will map all over the option, and it will have, let's say, okay, map. Then here inside that map function, we'll create a callback function like this. Okay, so inside that, here we can destructure our value. Like say it will have value and content, okay, like this. Okay, so here we will create one our option element. Okay, the HTML option element we create here, and we can pass value as value, and also we need to pass the key. Okay, so we'll pass the value as key. Okay, and here inside that option we can write our content. So we'll create a curly bracket and we'll write content here. Okay, so it's done. Now let's come to Monaco editor, and inside this div we'll call our editor language component. So we'll call this editor languages. Okay, and it need two props, so I will pass both props. It need language, I will pass language, and it need handle change language. I will pass the function which I created here. Okay, let's save it. Now if I come to our, let's say, editor or page, you can see I have that let's say HTML editor. Okay, I think it's showing below to this div. I guess there's some issue. Now let's try to fix it. I think this div I forgot to pass the background color as well. Okay, so it will have the same background color. Okay. Okay, so we will style it later. Okay, for as of now you can say I have that HTML and let's say select tag for the HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But if I am selecting the CSS, nothing has happened there. Okay, we need to like create our code. Okay, like if I select the HTML, then our editor like editor language should also change from like the previous language to the HTML. Okay, and if I select the CSS, then it should change to CSS. Okay, but currently if you can see it's only has the JavaScript for as of now. Okay, like it's not changing, so we need to achieve this thing also. But before implementing that part, I just want to know guys, if you have any query till here or till this part or not, like are you getting my point or not? Like if you have any query, you can let me know in the chat section so that I can try to resolve that query. Okay, but if you don't have any query, you can also mention this thing. Like it's okay till here and we can proceed to the next step. Okay, so whatever your thought you have guys, just message me in the chat section so I can proceed further. Yes, Rex, can you code the change in real time? I did not get your part. Like, can you explain your question? Like, can you elaborate your question? Can you code the change in real time? I did not get your question. Okay. Just elaborate further so that I can try to explain. Like here now, whatever I will write here, it will change. Like it will have a real time change. Okay. So we will implement that thing. No worry. Okay. We just need to here select first the file, like in which language do I want to code my, okay, do I want to write my code. Okay, we just need to first select our language, then we can write our code. Okay. Okay. Now let's implement this handle change language as well. Okay, so what I will do, I will come to my editor language, and here you can say it has, I am passing the language and handle change language as a props to this editor. Okay, so what I will do, like after this class name, I will call value. Okay, and I will write language as a value. Okay, and also here I will create a on change like event. Okay, and this on change, okay, event, it will have, let's say, event. Okay, here I will call a callback function like this. Okay, so here I will write our logic on change. So first I will extract the value from this event. So here I will write e dot target. Okay, and I will extract the value from this event like this. And here what I will do, I will just call this handle change language like this function. I will call it here. Okay, and here I will pass that value, okay, as a props. Now let's save it. Now one more thing which I need to modify inside our Monaco editor. Now here you can say I am passing the default, okay, by default JavaScript 4, okay, language to this editor. But what I want, instead of passing the hard-coded JavaScript value, okay, it will should take this language. So whatever the value it will have, like this state will have, the our editor will also change according to it. Okay. So here I will remove this JavaScript and I will pass language. Okay, like this. Now if I come here, now you can see currently for the first time or initially the value of my language is JavaScript. Okay, and here you can say I will get a suggestion for JavaScript. But once I change from JavaScript to HTML, okay, now you can say it's no longer a JavaScript editor. Now if I write const, you can say I'm not getting any suggestion. But if I create a, let's say, a less than symbol, now you can say I am getting some HTMLs, like you can say the uh, hint, okay, hint related to, sorry, related to HTML page. Now if I create a, and if I, now you can understand like this editor is now for HTML language. Now it's for support the HTML language. Okay, now let's change from HTML to CSS. Okay, now you can say I'm getting some error warning. Now if I remove this and if I write p and if I create a curly bracket, now let's say if I'm getting some suggestion related to CSS or not. So if I write F, you can say I'm getting some suggestion related to CSS properties, okay, like font size and everything. Okay, so I hope you are getting, okay, in which languages currently we are coding, and we can see like in which language we can currently we are coding. We can see the CSS language below. Okay, so like we are currently implemented the like language feature into our code editor as well. Okay, so till here if you have any query, guys, okay, you can mention in the chat section. But if you don't have any query, you can also message the same, like I got till here, okay, and I don't have any query. But if you have any query or any question, guys, you mention, like you can message in the chat section. Okay, now I hope you don't have any query. Okay, now let's proceed with the next step. Now in the next, like similar to this language, okay, मैं यहाँ पर एक थीम चेंज का भी फंक्शनलिटी इंप्लीमेंट करूँगा. Okay, to toggle between light and dark theme. Okay, as we are currently toggling between languages, between HTML, CSS and JavaScript, we'll implement a similar kind of functionality, but this time with related to theme. Okay, so now let's implement that feature as well. Okay, so what I will do, I will come to my VS Code editor. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code editor, and here also, okay, as I have created one state for language. Okay, now I will create another state, and now it will for theme. So here I will const theme and then set theme. Okay, here I will create a use state hook. Okay, so initial value I will pass as light. Okay, so that's it. Now again, similar to this handle change language, I will create one more function, and this will called handle theme, or handle, let's say, change theme. Okay, like this, and it will take a new theme as a value, okay, our argument, and it will do, let's say, set theme. Okay, and here it will pass, the new theme. Okay, so it's done. Now, like similar to the editor language component, okay, we will create another component, okay, for toggle our theme. Okay, so let's create. So I will right click on this editor, and then I will create a new file, and I will name it as editor theme.jsx. Okay, now I think we can remove the, or we can close the editor languages because we don't need it, and also we can close the content. Okay, so here again I will write the same code snippet like RAFC. Okay, now first create the, let's say, options. Okay, so here I will again create an array, and inside it I will pass, I will create an object. So first the value for this object, it will be a light. Okay, and then content, here I will write as light. Okay, and below to it again I will create a value. This time I will create the value as vs dark. Okay, vs hyphen dark, and then content. Okay, I will write as dark only. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so I have that option array. Now again I will delete this div and I will create a select. Okay, select tag, and I will name it as theme. Okay, as we don't need to pass the id, so we can remove that id. Okay, let's apply some class name. Okay, so class name I will apply as p hyphen 2. Okay, outline hyphen none. Okay, then I will add focus colon. Let's say ring hyphen 2. Okay, then again I will add focus colon ring hyphen blue hyphen 500. Okay, then we'll write pg hyphen, and then we'll create a square bracket, and inside that we'll write our like color code. So color code will be CE D6 then E1. So we'll close our brackets, then we'll write text hyphen black. Okay, and then text hyphen SN, then rounded LG. Now let's save it. Okay, and this editor theme will also take two props. Okay, so first it will take theme. Okay, and then handle change theme. Okay, so we will pass both the thing here. So here below this class name we'll create our value. So value will be theme itself. Okay, and here we'll pass an on change event. Okay, again we'll create a, let's say, arrow function inside it, and it will have access to the event. So first what we will do, we will extract the value from event. We will write value here. Okay, and then we'll write say event dot target. Okay, it's done. Now we will do handle change or handle change theme. We'll pass our value here. So we'll write let's say how we can pass it. Okay, now here we just need to pass the value, I guess. That's it. Okay, now inside the select, okay, again we'll create a curly bracket, and we'll write option dot map, like we will create a map. Okay, over this option. Okay, again we'll create a callback function inside this map. Okay, so now let's destructure it, the map element, so it will have value and content. Okay, like this. Okay, value and content. So here we'll create an option element. Okay, option HTML element. So as value we'll pass the value. Okay, and then it will need one key. Okay, we will pass value as a key. Okay, and here we'll write our content. Okay, now let's save it. Now let's go to the Monaco editor, okay, component, and last, let's say below this editor language. Okay, we'll call our editor theme component as well. Okay, and let's pass the props. So it will accept one theme, okay, which will be equal to theme state, and then need a handle change theme. Okay, so if you remember, I have created one function called handle change theme. Okay, if you see at the top, we have created one handle change theme. We will pass that value here. Okay, so now on the editor also we need to modify something. Here you can say currently I am passing a hard coded value of theme. So instead of passing the hard-coded value, what I will do, I will pass the, it's a dynamic theme, or you can say the state which I have created here. We'll pass it here. Okay, now if I come to our, let's say, browser, and if I, let's say, select a dark theme, now you can see once I select a dark theme, you can say the code editor theme has been changed to light to dark. Now if I select light, then you can say it changes to light, but once I select dark, then you can say it select change to dark. Okay, now what I want, okay, so like I want to change, like have the background color of the entire container. Okay, that's also similar to this our code editor as well. Like once I select a light color, okay, so background color of our container should also become like, so the same background like as white background color it should have. And once I select the dark background, okay, so let's say the container color also should change to black. Okay, I hope you get my point, you are getting my point. Okay, but if you have any query, okay, you can message in the chat section. Okay, now let's try to implement this functionality as well. Okay, so for that I will come to my editor.js page. Okay, and now here, like you can say, I have created some class name. Okay, pass some class name to the container div. So what I will do, I will cut this class name. Okay, and I will remove this, like say, inverted comma, and here I will create one object, and then I will like open a template retrieves. Okay, and then I will pass the class name. Okay, and then inside the class name, we need to write some conditional class name. So for that I will write dollar and then curly bracket. Okay, so here first I will check if the theme, okay, is equal to light. Okay, first I will check what is the value of, okay, यदि theme का value light के equal है. Okay, then in the case I will pass bj value as light, or not light, let's say white. Okay, and then if theme is not equal to light, okay, like the theme का value light के equal नहीं है, like it has fierce dark. Okay, then in this case I will show the background color, okay, as, okay, 1a 1e and 1e, like we will pass this color code. Now let's save it. Okay, now let's go to our browser. You can see like the container also has the same background as the code editor have. Okay, once I click the light background, you can say it has the same background. Okay, editor background color is also white, as well as the container background color is also white. Okay, once I click on dark, you can say it's a dark color. Okay, so I hope till here you don't have any query. Okay, but if you have any query, you can message me in the chat section, guys. Okay, and also just like tell me your opinion, like are you liking this project or not. Okay, are you getting that point or not? If you have any, let's say, at any point, if you are not getting this, you can message in the chat section. Okay, like I will try to explain that part. Like I just want to guys, like you should also understood like each and every part whatever I am like doing here, you should understood. Okay, बट यदि कहीं पर भी आपको कोई लाइक प्रॉब्लम है, आपको समझ नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ इशू है या कोई क्वेरी है, आप मुझे चैट सेक्शन में मैसेज कर सकते हैं और मैं उसका रिप्लाई जरूर. So like I think you don't have any query till here. Okay, but any point if you have any query you can message me. Okay, now let's okay, let's try to implement that feature also. Like you can say currently I have only one default code. what I want, like our default code also should change according to our language. Okay, so what I want to create some predefined code for HTML, CSS and JavaScript language. Okay, like यदि मैं HTML को लाइक लैंग्वेज को सिलेक्ट करता हूँ तो यहाँ पर मुझे सम बेसिक HTML कोड शो होना चाहिए, जिससे कि आप डिफ्रेंशिएट कर सकते हैं कि करंटली आई एम एट द index.html पेज. Okay, or I think we can refer it later for language. Okay, let's stick with our thought. Okay, so what I want, like once I click on this HTML, it should show some basic HTML code on this editor. Like once I click Java or CSS, so show some basic JavaScript or CSS code. Okay, and also once I click JavaScript also, okay, and that time also it should have some basic JavaScript code. I hope you are getting my point. Okay, okay, so let's try to implement it. So for that, what I will do, I will come to my, let's say, VS Code. Okay, and here I will create a one constant file. Okay, so first let's minimize all the folders itself, and here inside that src, first I will create one folder called constant. Okay, inside that constant I will create a, let's say, default code.js. Okay, I will create this file. Okay, and here I will define my some pre-default HTML, CSS and JavaScript code. Okay, so how we can define it? We can write export const. Okay, and then here I'll write default codes like this, and it will be an object. Okay, so first I will define our HTML code. Okay, let's define it. So HTML type, let's define some basic HTML structure. So I will write HTML. Okay, like this. Okay, and it will have, let's say, one head tag. You can write like this, head. Okay, inside this head it will have one title tag. Okay, here we can write a title. So I'll write a title as HTML. Okay, sample. Okay, after this title, okay, we will write our meta tag as well. So that meta tag. Okay, meta tag is a self-closing tag. Okay, so we can write it like this. Okay, and here we'll pass http hyphen, like some property we can pass to this meta tag. So like this. So that, let's say, xua, okay, hyphen compatible. Okay, like this, and then it will have content. Okay, which is equal to, let's say, IE equal to age, like Internet Explorer age, like this. Okay, let's save it. Okay, like it, you can say it won't format here. Okay, but if I render it on the, let's say, our code editor, there you can say it will be predefined formatted. Okay, okay, let's write the, let's complete our code first, then I will show you how it will look to our default sorry, our code editor. Okay, so now here, after this head tag, okay, we create our body. Let's say I have opened the body element, and inside that body, okay, and also I think inside that link, okay, after this meta tag, okay, I will first, I need to define our link as well. So I will write link. Okay, or I think we don't need the need here link here. Let's paste some write something inside our body tag. So here inside our body we'll create a one h1 tag. Okay, and here we'll write, let's say, something like heading number 1. Okay, like this. Okay, after this heading we'll create one input. Okay, input element. Okay, it will be also self closing. Right, let's say input disabled. Okay, we can pass the type as, let's say type will be a text. Okay, or we can pass type as button as well. Then we can write value as click me. Okay, let's save it. So we have defined the content for our HTML tag of our HTML page. Now let's define the content for CSS as well. Again, we'll use the same thing. We'll open a template tutorial, then we'll write h1, and here we'll write color. Okay, that's the hashtag. Okay, like this. Okay, now we'll create our JavaScript. Okay, we'll write the content for our JavaScript language as well. So here we'll write alert, and here I will write I am a sample. Okay, I am a sample. Let's say not simple. Here I am a simple alert message. Okay, like this. So it's done. So like I have defined that default port for every HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay. I hope you are with me till here and you don't have any query. Okay, like why I have like created this default port object. Okay, I hope you get this point. Okay. Now if you don't get it, just I will request you to follow along with me. Okay, and I will show you like where I'm going to use it. Okay. Now let's open the Monaco editor component. Okay. So let's say here I have created, you can see the two state like language and theme. So let's say I will create one more state, okay, along with these two. So I will name it as code, okay, and then set code, okay, and it will be equal to use state, okay, and here we need to like define our some code, okay, or we need to pass some initial value. So like I will pass like the whole object as the initial value to this code. Okay, so what I will do, I will go to the default code page and I will copy this name. Okay, I will come here and I will paste it here and I will import it. Okay, so let it will import from this location. It's a dot constant slash default code dot cs. The path name is correct, so I will click on that link or button. Okay, so now you can say I have that code. Okay, so now I will go to the I will scroll down, I will go to the editor. Okay, so here you can say I have defined some value. Okay, like this, it's a hard coded value, so it will be same for every like page for language. Let's say it will be same for every language, for either we use HTML, CSS, or JavaScript, but we don't want like to show like this. So what I will do, I will remove this thing and here I will write the code. Okay, and then I will take the, let's say whatever language currently, like if you remember like this language state will have the value as either, let's I will show you. If I go to the editor language that is a component, now you can say I have created one select tag and this select tag will have value like say HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, and I have created my object with the same name, let's say HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so whatever language value it will have as a language, so I will get that language code here, okay, inside this value. So now let's go to our browser. So now you can see like I am currently at JavaScript page, and now if you can see, like for JavaScript I am getting the content as I am a simple alert basis. Now if I choose CSS, now you can see it will look like this. Okay, now if I choose HTML, now you can say it's not looking good. But once if I tell, let's say Control A, Control X, and if I paste it, okay, now you can say it's formatted. Okay, our code, and we have got our code like this. Now if I go to the CSS as well, okay, now if I select, let's say Control A, okay, or Control X and Control V, you can say do. Now we can format our code as well. Okay, so this to our code editor. Okay, so now it's done. I think we can use one more properties to this editor. I think it have format on type. I think if I make it as true, okay, now if I go to my HTML page, I think it will be no, not looking good. So we need to cut it and paste it, then it will look fine. Okay, but once I am typing anything, like you can say, like it will be like formatting will work fine. Okay, for the first time it will look like different because in our default ports, like I have defined everything in a whole line. But if I, okay, make the proper indentation here as well, okay, let's say like this, the meta tag, let's, okay, let's like proper indent my code. Just give me some time, guys. It won't take too much time. Okay, like this, let's save it. Now if I once if I refresh it, okay, now let's refresh my page. So currently you can say I am at my JavaScript page. Now once if I go to the HTML, now you can see it's formatted also. Okay, so same thing I will use for CSS also. Okay, so here I will use we don't need, okay, can use, let's say, color like this. So done, save it. Now if I come, let's select the CSS language. Okay, I think I need to refresh it. Okay, now let's select the CSS. Now you can see it's looking like this. Okay, now let's refresh it once again. Okay, now let's select the CSS. Okay, now I think it's looking fine. Okay, so I hope guys still here you don't have any query. Okay, but if you have, you can message in the chat section. Okay, are you getting this point or not? Just let me know in the chat section, guys. Okay, okay. Actually यार यदि आपको समझ में आ रहा है, okay, and I am also able to explain you properly. Okay, you can message me in the chat section. But यदि आपको कहीं पर भी कोई issue है, आप कहीं पर कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है, okay, like how it's going on, okay, how you are able to create this thing, you can message me in the chat section so that I can like elaborate in a better way so that you can understand. Okay, but if you get till here and you don't have any query, okay, it's fine. Okay, and also if you like my like tutorial or this stream, okay, if you like it, just make sure to like my stream as well, and make sure to, if you are new to my channel, so please make sure to subscribe. Okay, as you can see I am very close to 500 subscriber. Okay, so please make sure to reach me till there, guys. So apart from, I hope यहाँ तक आप में से किसी को कोई क्वेरी नहीं है, but still if you have any query or if you have any doubt, okay, just message me in the chat section. So now let's move with the next step. Okay, so in the next step what I will do, I will create a share button. Okay, now you can see my VS Code editor is almost like, yeah, लगभग में तैयार हो चुका है. Now here you can write your code. Okay, for the different languages also, let's say for HTML, for CSS, and for JavaScript, you can write your code. Okay, here, and uh, you can see your code here. Okay, now what I want, like, uh, uh, like at the bottom right side. Okay, like along with these two button, I want to create a share button as well. Okay. Now I will explain what should happen once a user click on this share button. Okay, so now, like, say if a user comes to our platform, okay, he have done some coding, okay, and if he want to share his code to his friend, okay, or he want to share his code to the social media platform as well. Okay, so for that case, okay, so यहाँ पर मैं लाइक बॉटम राइट साइड में एक शेयर बटन को क्लिक करूंगा. जैसे ही यूजर शेयर बटन पर क्लिक करेगा, ओके, सो इट विल लाइक this application will navigate user to a new page. ओके, और एक यूनिक लेट्स से आईडी हम जनरेट करेंगे जहां पर हम सारे कोड को स्टोर करेंगे. सो वंस so that he can share this URL to his friend, okay, or social media. So once that user or any user visit to that URL, okay, so he can see his code. Okay, but how can we achieve it? Like for this case, we will use let's say backend server. Okay, like what I will do, like once the user click on this, like he has user ने यहाँ पर कुछ कोड को लिखा है. ओके, और जैसे लाइक यूजर ने कोड को लिखने के बाद यहाँ पर शेयर बटन पर क्लिक करता है, तो मैं यूजर के कोड को MongoDB, लाइक हमें MongoDB में स्टोर करना है. वी विल स्टोर द कोड टू द MongoDB. Okay, and we will get the ID from that MongoDB. So once the user visit to that page, so with that ID we will first grab that ID, and with that ID we will fetch the code and will show the here. I hope you got my logic, like how I want to achieve the share button functionality. Okay. But still if you did not get my point, यदि आपको जो मैंने पॉइंट अभी एक्सप्लेन किया है वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, then you can message in the chat section that I did not understand it. Okay, then I will try to explain in a more better way. Okay, I will try to explain. But if you get my point, okay, just message me like I understood. Okay, so that I can also know like you understood my point and you are getting my point also. Okay, so I hope you have got my point. Now first let's create let's say button or share button. So now for that, what I will do, I will come to my VS Code editor. Sorry guys. Now I will go to the Monaco editor. Now I can put the rest of the page, but we don't need it. Okay, we only work with Monaco editor here. And now, like to implement this feature, we need to use the React router DOM as well. So what I will do, I will like install that also. So I will open my terminal and यहाँ पर हम लिखेंगे npm install react router DOM. Okay, so that like why we need to install this react router DOM. Like जैसे हम शेयर बटन पर क्लिक करेंगे एक यूनिक आईडी जनरेट होगा और we need to navigate to let's say our user to that unique ID page. Okay, let's say our like the user is currently at home page. Okay, so once user select the choose the or click on this share button, then I will navigate the user to this some unique ID. Let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 like this. I will navigate the user to this ID, and then here I will show the user code. Okay, whatever the user have written the code, I will show his code here. Okay, and everything will be look similar to it. And here also user can make changes. Okay, and here user can also see let's say id link. Okay, okay, which he can copy and share to his, let's say, friend circle, okay, where he want to share. Okay. So for that per case only I need the react outer done. Okay, so I will install it. Now I will go to my main.js, okay, like file. And here, like, in order to use the react router down, we first need to wrap our app with browser router. Okay, so what I will do, I will cut it. And also we can remove this strict mode, as we don't need it. Thus I will remove this strict mode, and here we'll write browser router, and I will import it from react router down. Okay, and inside it I will pass the app, as we are wrapping our app with browser router, and we don't need this strict mode, so we can remove it. Okay, let's move this react router to the top. Okay, like this. So save it. Now we'll come to our app.csx page. Okay, and here we'll define our route. Because the first I will uh, let's say cut this content. I will cut it, and here first I will import the routes, okay, from React router. Okay, let's move it to the top. So inside this route I will create my route. Okay, because I will also import this route from React router. Okay, like this, and here I will define the path for our route. So path will be first slash only for the home page, and here we'll define the element, and inside that element I will pass the content. Okay, component. Now below this route I will create another route. Okay, like this, and I will pass the path as, like, say, slash, and this time I will pass grab the id as pod id. Okay, like this, and here I will define the element. Okay, and in the element I will pass the same element, okay, same component, content. Okay, so if I go to my browser, okay, now you can see at home page I'm at my, and can see my content. Okay, but if I write something, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6, okay, then again I think you don't see any changes. Okay, everything will be fine. Okay, but what I want, okay, I will show you what I want to achieve here. Okay, let's say on this JavaScript page, okay, I have modified something. Let's say I have written some console statement as well. Okay, let's say my name is, okay, let's say web dev YT, or we can write my name is Manish Tiwari. Okay, and also we can write our, let's say, something, some changes we have modified to our JavaScript page. Okay, and after doing the modification, okay, here I will create a share button also. So just assume that share button is there. So once user click on this share button, so it should navigate user to this, let's say, a unique id will generate it. So it generated to this page. So there our, the changes user have modified here, it should also persist here, because they can also see the code here, and everything you can see, and also you can modify. And like below this share button, or beside this share button, or left to it, there should be a unique id mentioned here, and this unique, and there should be one copy button also there. Just a user, and user can click on this copy button to, like, copy that link and share it with friend circle. Okay, I hope you get my point. Okay, that if you have any question, are you not getting my point? Okay, like at any point if you have any query you can message me. Okay? अभी जो भी मैंने लाइक लॉजिक एक्सप्लेन किया है, यदि आपको वो लॉजिक समझ में नहीं आया और यू आर नॉट गेटिंग इट, just message me in the chat section so that I can try to explain in a more better way. Okay, but if you understood it, just message me like I understood that. Okay, so that I can also know that you have got my point. Okay, so I assume that you have you got my point. Okay, and you don't have any query. Now let's try to implement a similar functionality. Okay, so for that, okay, I need to come to Monaco editor page. Okay, here. Okay, so first let's get the code ID from the param. Okay, if a user visit like a user has clicked on the share button. Okay, it navigated to the let's say uh, ID page, the code ID page. So here first I will grab the code ID from the param. So here I will just use param hook. Okay, so that I can have access to the param, and here I will extract the code ID. Okay, like this. Okay, so that's it. Now in the UI part I need to modify something, so let's navigate it down. Okay, so here like after this editor theme and then after this closing div, okay, I will create another div. Okay, and this time I will give the class name to this div as, let's say, class name as flex hyphen wrap. Okay, and gap hyphen pipe w full, and then I will write md colon w hyphen auto. Okay, then we'll use justify center. Okay, it's done. Now inside this div, okay, what I will do, first I will write here if code id. Okay, so here I will write optional chain, because if the code user is not visited to this let's say slash id page, then there won't be a code id and it will be undefined. So if user have it, and then so to avoid that error due to this variable be undefined, I will use optional chaining here, and here I will write dot length. Like if the code length is there or code id is there. Okay, then in this case, okay, I will create one button. Okay, so yes, button, and here I will write some class name to this button. So class name will be, let's say, flex. Okay, flex item center, and then gap hyphen 2. Okay, and inside this button what I will do, okay, I will first show one image, let's say copy icon. So it will come from assist slash link, okay, dot svg. Okay, and here I can write link as the alt attribute. Okay, link icon. And now like after this image I will create one page sorry paragraph tag, and I'll give the class name as text gray 500. Okay, now let's show the what you can say id. Okay, so how we can show it, so url, so here I will add triple dot and slash. Okay, and here I will write code id dot substring. Okay, and I will like take the first 10 character from the id. So here I will write 0 to 10, so it will take the substring for the code id, like it will take the first 10 character from this code id. Okay, so it's done. Okay, let's save it. Now if I come to our browser, okay, You can say I'm currently on this page. Okay, so at the bottom right side you can see a like link icon and as well as the some text like this will be a, or you can say this will mention the link for this page. Okay, I hope you are getting this point. Okay, and you are with me. But if you did not get this point, like how I got this, and you can message in the chat section. But I hope everything is clear till here. Okay, so now you can say like this link is only visible once we are visiting to this, let's say, slash id page, code id page. But if I remove this okay, and if I visit the home page, okay, you can see we can't see the link button and text here. Okay, now let's create uh, share button for also. So here I will create one button. Okay, now this button will have one image tag. So I will pass the src as assist slash. Okay, let's give it name as share.svg. Okay, and the alt tag will pass share button. Okay, or share image. Okay, after this image, okay, we'll write content as share. Okay, now let's provide some class name to this button. Okay, so I will write class name. So it will have class name as p-2 flex. Okay, then flex hyphen wrap. Okay, and item center. Okay, then gap hyphen 3. Then pass the background color like bg hyphen blue hyphen 300, or let's say 500. Text hyphen white. Okay, rounded hyphen xl. Then we'll write disabled. Okay, disabled colon like once our button is disabled, then it will have bg hyphen gray hyphen 500. It will have this color. Okay, so that's it. Now let's save it. Okay, now if I come to our code editor, you can say we have this one share button as well. Okay, now what I want, like if user visit to, let's say, slash this page id, code id page. Now at that time, okay, the user can see this link. Okay, but this share button should be disabled for first time. But once user start modifying anything here, then the share button should enable again. But if user have not modified anything, okay, and visit to this let's say share link, then this share button should be disabled. Okay, so to handle this case, what I will do, I will first create one state. Okay, so I will name it as share disable. Okay, set share disable like this, and it will be a use state. So in the initial value it will take false. Okay, value as false. Okay, so now I will come to this button. Okay, and here I will pass this disable property, and I will pass the value as share disable. It's done. Okay, now first I will write the logic for copied text. So here you can say I have defined one copy button. Okay, so for copy I will create one function. Okay, so let's create one function. I will name it as handle copy. Okay, like this. Okay, so how can, okay, so let's say this copy button. So in this copy button, like once I click on this copy, you should copy the whole URL. Okay, so how we can do it? So here first we need to get the URL for our page. So for that I will use create a const, then object, and here I will use location. Okay, the window location I will use here, and I will extract the href from this location like this, and then here I will use navigator, okay, dot clipboard, okay, dot write text I will use like this, and inside that text I will pass my href. Okay, so now let's save it. Now what I will do, I will copy this handle copy function. Okay, I will navigate down. Okay, and on this button I will pass this like on click event. I will implement create a one on click event, and I will pass this handle copy function here. Okay, now let's see. Once I click on this link, okay, I think our link has been copied. Now let's see if I go to a new tab and if I press, okay, now you can see I got the link. Okay, now our copy button is working. Okay, now what I want, once user click on this power button, I want to show user to a like poster message as well. Let's so that user can also know like his text or link has been copied. Okay, I hope you are getting my point. Okay, okay. So let's implement a post message. So to implement a post message, I will use a npm library. Okay, so I will open a new tab inside my browser, and here I will search, let's say, React hot post. Okay, so I will use this npm package like React hot post. Okay, so show the toaster message. Okay, so now let's go to the npm site. So I will come here like React hot post. Okay, or we can navigate to this home page as well. Okay, to this site. Let's copy this link like installation command. Again, I will come back to our VS Code editor. Yeah. Okay, now what I will do, I will open the terminal. Okay, and I will paste here the command, installation command for installing the React hot post. Okay, so it's done. Okay, now let's see how we can use the React hot post. Okay, so for that I will go to the documentation page for the React hot post. Okay, here you can say first we have to install that. Okay, and then we need to first define our poster. Okay, so like this, and then we can use this toast to show the toast message like this. Okay, so now let's do it. So what I will do, I will come to main.js. Okay, and below this app will show our toaster. So I will import a toaster from React Outpost. Okay, now what I will do, I will pass some configuration option to this toaster. Let's say, so if you go to this toaster, you can see we can pass these props to this toaster. Like you pass position, okay, reverse order, container style, okay, cutter, like these props we can pass here. So what I want, okay, I will pass this first position so that it should show like either top center, okay, top left or top center or top right. So I will keep the top center as well, okay, so that it should show in the center. The position will be top center, okay, like this, and then we'll pass the duration as well. Okay, so to pass the duration, I will use pass this toast option. So I will copy it and pass it here. Okay, then again I will create one object inside it, and here I will pass the duration. Okay. So let's say the duration will be 3 seconds only. Okay, like our toast process should be visible for 3 seconds. So I will pass it 3000 milliseconds. That's the value of duration. Now again I will come to our editor page. So now I will come to the handle copy. Okay, and here I will write one dot ten event. Okay, inside it I will create a call function, and here I will pass, let's say, call our post dot success. Okay, and here I will pass our message, let's say link copied, like this. Let's save it. Okay, I hope it should import it properly. Yeah, it's imported properly as well. Now let's go to our browser, okay, and our platform. Now here you can say we have that link. Now let's click on this link. Let's see we are getting that post message or not. Okay, so if I click on this link, you can say I got the post message as link copied. Okay, like in this way, user will also get notified that whether his link has copied or not. Okay, and then he can use that link anywhere he wants. Okay, so let's say this thing is done. Now we need to implement on click event for this share button as well. Okay, so for that, like to implement the share button, the logic for this share button, like what I will create a backend server for this. Like what I want, once user click on this share button, so his code should store to a place, let's say a database called MongoDB. Okay, we will store this code to the MongoDB and we will get the ID from that MongoDB. Okay, and then we can use it here. Okay, so now let's create a backend server for this. Okay, so now I will create a new folder. Okay, so I will come to desktop. Okay, and then I will go to the YT projects. So here you can say I have created folder for the client. Okay, let's say for UI. Now I will create a new folder. Okay, this time I will name it as code sharing app server. Okay, now I will open this, let's say, file into a VS Code. I will open this folder to a VS Code editor. Okay, let's reduce the size. Okay, so before we start creating our server, just let me know, guys, like how many of you know, like among of you know, like how to create a like backend API with the help of Node.js Express. Okay, do you have any knowledge about it, or you are a beginner to it? Okay, just let me know, guys. Okay, so that I will explain according to it. Okay, okay, so now let's create our backend API. Okay, so for that, first I will open my terminal. Okay, so first we need to generate our package.json file. So for that I will write npm init -y. Okay, so it will generate a package.json file. As you can see here, it's created one package.json file. Now let's clear it. So after creating the package.json file, we need to install some dependencies as well. Okay, so I will install, let's say, npm I nodemon first. So I will install it as a dev dependency. So I will use -save -dev flag so that it should install this node1 as a dev dependency. I will show you. If we go to the package.json file, you can see here a dev dependency, and inside it install the node1. Dev dependency means like this package will only available during our development purpose. Okay, let's say after once we are deploying this our package or this server, so at that time the node1 will not be work there. Okay, like it will only work at your local, let's say at the deployment. Okay, so now here I will create one file called index. .js. Okay, like this will be a root file for this for our server. Okay, like here in this file we will create our server. Okay, here also we will initialize our db. Okay, so as you can consider as a main file for our like backend application. Okay, now again I will go to package of this, and inside that script we will write some script to run our application. Okay, backend application. So here first script I will write as start, and here I will write at node. Okay, space index.js, sorry, js, and below this start I will write dev, and here I will write node mon index.js. Okay, let's save it. Now I will come to index.js file. Okay, now let's start creating our server. Okay, so first to create the server we need Express, because we will use Express.js to create our server. Okay, we can create our server with the help of HTTP also, but to make it simple I will use Express library to create our server. Okay, so here I will install npm I express, like we will need this express as well, and also I will install .env. Okay, as we need this library as well, and along with this we need mongoose also, so we'll install mongoose as well. Okay, to like create a connection to our MongoDB database as well. I think now we don't need to install anything more. This thing, yeah, we need one more package. Okay, that will be a course. Okay, so we will install these four packages. It's express, .env, mongoose, and course. Just wait for some time, guys, until it install all the packages. Okay, so it's installed. Like you can say, packages has been installed. I can clear the terminal. Okay, minimize it. Now let's go to the index.js file. Let's first create our Express application or server. So for that I will write Express like this. So like it's a code snippet like which I have created. Okay, you can read it here, like it's a boiler plate for a Express app. Okay, and it will generate this code. You can see here. So I will press enter button. So it will generate some like basic code template for a Express application. Okay, you can say imported a .env, also it's imported a Express. Let's say const Express is equal to require Express, then const app and app.get everything. You can see here. Okay, we have created our server. Okay, now what I will do, like after creating the server, now I will link this project with our MongoDB as well. Okay, so for that what I will do, I will create a new file to the root directory or folder, and I will name it as config. Okay, and inside that config I will create a new file called db.js. Okay, तो यहाँ पर सबसे पहले हम करते हैं const. Okay, so I will import some, let's say, module from the mongoose. First I will write const and curly bracket, then equal to require, and inside that I will mention the package, let's say mongoose, and I need the connect module from the mongoose, so I will port it like this. Okay, now let's create our like connect database. So here I will write connect db variable, and it will be equal to connect. Okay, and here we need to mention the URL of our MongoDB database. Okay, so to get the URL for MongoDB, okay, like we can use either the local MongoDB, okay, or we can use the Atlas. Okay, so like for this project, I will use the atlas URL. Okay, so what I will do, I will go to my MongoDB atlas. So for that, I will go to mongodb.com. Okay, I will navigate to this platform. Okay, so from this platform, we will get like MongoDB atlas URL. Okay, so here first we need to sign in. So I will click on this sign in link. Okay, so here we need to choose our method, like either in which way we have logged into our this MongoDB account. So I will choose Google. Okay, then I will choose my email address. So I will choose the second one. Okay, so you can see I'm inside the MongoDB platform. Like I have successfully logged in. Now I will navigate to our, you can say, the projects. So currently I will use the project 0. Okay, then I will click on the connect button. Okay, in order to get the URL, then I will select drive here. Okay, then here you can say we have the connection string. Okay, so we just need to copy the connection string. Okay, now I can close it. Again, I will come to my VS Code editor. Okay, our backend server. So here I will create two files. Okay, first I will create the env. Okay, now again I will create the .git ignore file as well. I think name is spelling is wrong. Get ignore spelling is ignore. Yeah, I think it's correct. Now inside this git ignore, I will mention that path, like whatever the file name I will mention here, like that file will won't post to our GitHub account. So here I will use .env, like I don't want to push this paste to the GitHub, and also I don't want node modules to be committed. So here I will use node modules with this. Okay, so now inside that env, I will create MongoDB hyphen URL. Okay, like this, and I will pass the connection string. Okay, like this. Okay, so here I will like mention the database name as also. Okay, so here I will use, like, if you go to my, let's say, the MongoDB atlas. Okay, and if I browse the collection, okay, like I have already created one database. Okay, I will show you like which database I want to use. So here you can see I have multiple database for here, but if you can see I have created one database called CodeShare. Okay, so I can use this database. Okay, as well. So after this slash, I just need to mention our database name. So I will use there, and also here you need to use the your database password. Okay, so I will use my database password here. Okay, okay. So I have changed the like DB password there, like it's sensitive information, so that I have hide my page for some time. Okay, I hope you can understood. Okay, and you should also do not share your MongoDB URL. Like if you share this your MongoDB URL and if I whitelisted your IP address, then anyone can use your MongoDB collection. Okay, so like I have modified. Sorry, I have modify my password as well. Okay, so and now I will come to db.js, and here on the connect db, okay, I will use process.env. Okay, then I will write MongoDB URL. Okay, now let's save it. Now here I will do module dot export. I will export this connect db variable. I will do module dot export equal to connect db like this. Let's save it. Now let's go to the index.js. Okay, so first I will save it to format this page. Now I will cut this console dot log. Okay, and here I will write one clause, sorry, try catch block. Okay, and I will make this function to be a async function. Okay, so here I will write await. Okay, so first I need to import that connect db. So here I will write connect db is equal to require from dot slash not dot slash dot slash config slash db. Okay, so here I will write connect await, then connect db like this, and here I will use console dot log. Okay, and I will write messages connected to database. Okay, and inside that, let's say cache block, I will write console.log. Here I will write failed to connect with database. Okay, okay, let's save it. And also here I will paste the second console.log, like server is up and running. Or we can pass after this cache block as well. Okay, so now let's run our like application and say like everything is working fine. Okay, so if you remember inside that packet.json, I have created one script called node.mon index.css. So I will call this script here. I will use npm. Okay, npm run dev. Okay, we can say our application is running. Okay, and you can see the message also connected to database. Okay, so like we are successfully connected with database, and our server is also running at port 8000. Okay, so I hope till here you don't have any query guys. Okay, और यदि आपको कोई query है या कहीं पे कुछ समझ नहीं आया है, you can message in the chat section so that I can try to resolve. But I think you understood my other like how I have created the backend server. Okay, now after creating this like after linking our web page, sorry, server with MongoDB, now I will create the model. Okay, like where I will define the schema, like what will be the data type of our data which I am going to push to the database. Okay, so first we need to define the schema. So for that I will create a model folder. Okay, and inside that model I will write the model name is, let's say, code model.js. Okay, so first I will write const, then object, like we need to import some module from Mongoose. Okay, so we will import, first we need schema and then we need model as well. Okay, so let's define the schema first. So I will write const. Okay, here I will write code schema is equal to new schema. Okay, like this, and here we will write our schema type. So it will have, it will take HTML. Okay, the type will be a string. Okay, write like this, string. We don't need to pass the semicolon. Okay, then CSS, okay, type of this CSS will also be a string, and then it will store the JavaScript as well. Okay, JavaScript, the type of the JavaScript will be string, and after this bracket, okay, I will create another bracket where I have defined, let's say, timestamp, okay, to be true, okay, so that it will have the created at and updated at timestamp as well. Okay, so here we have defined the code schema. So after this, we'll define our model. Okay, so we'll write, let's say we can write as module dot export is equal to, we can write model, okay, and here we can write let's say code, okay, and here we'll pass define our schema, let's say code schema like this. Okay, so it's done. Or we can write like the model dot schema as, let's say, code model, okay, like this. So now after defining the schema and model, creating the model, okay, we need to create a route. Okay, so first I will go to my index.js, okay, and here I will use some middleware. So I will use app.use, okay, and I will use first express.json, okay, so that our route have access to the JSON file. That we will send our payload as a JSON format. Okay, so we need to use this middleware so that our app can use this or like read this JSON file. Like you can say return middleware that only parses JSON and only look at the request where the content type header matches the type option. Okay, now after this we'll use app.use. Okay, and now this time we will use the parse as well. So I will use const. First I will import parse from required, and I will import at parse like say cross library. Okay, and I will call it inside the app.use. Okay, so it's done. Now we will create a route folder. Okay, so I will create a folder and I will name it as routes. Okay, and inside that route folder I will create a new file and I will name it as route code, or we can name it code route anything. Let's name it as code route or route.js. Okay, okay, I hope you are getting my point. Okay, like आपको समझ में आ रहा है कि कैसे हमने like में हम बैकएंड सर्वर को क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. Okay. I just want you should not have any doubt at this point, but if you still have any doubt, just message me in the chat space, okay, so that I will try to do the job. Okay, so now I have created a code route. Okay, so first here I will import some module from Express. So here I will add const and then curly bracket, then we'll add required. Okay, and the parenthesis will pass Express like this. And now we'll import a, let's say, component. So I will need the like router module. So I will import from Express like this, and then sorry for my language. And then I will create one router. Let's say code router will be equal to a router. I will call like this. Okay, and I will export this router like module dot export will be equal to code router like this. Okay, so here we will define our method. Okay, so I will write code router. First I will create one post method. Okay, so here I will define the, let's say, endpoint. So here I will define the endpoint as save. Okay, Okay, so like this method will responsible for saving our code to the database. Okay, so now I will create a controller function, as we will don't define the controller here itself. Like we will create a controller folder. Okay, then we will define our controller logic there. Okay, so what I will do, I will create a one folder not in the config at the row directory. So I will define name it as controllers. Okay, and I will name it as port controller .js, or can rename it. I think controllers will do accurately. Okay, so now first I will import our model here. Okay, our module. I will use curly bracket and I will import from, let's say, required, and then this time I will mention the path. The path will be dot slash model slash code model, and here I will import code model like this. Okay, so it's done. Now here we will define our controller method. So I will use module dot export. Okay, dot save code. Okay, and it will be an async function. So I will write async function and it will have request and response. Okay, as an argument. I will create like this. Okay, save code. Okay, similarly, I will create two more function like async function. So the second one will be module.export.get code. Again, it will also be a async function. It will take request and response as an argument. Okay, this now let's get the last one. So module.exports.update code. Okay, it will be an async function. Let's pass the argument as request and response. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so I have created three different controller methods. Okay, now I will come to our code route. Okay, and I will pass the control method to each and every route. So first I will pass it to like the save code control method. I will pass it to the save route, like the route with endpoint as save. So I will call this save code controller here. Then we'll create a, let's say, another route, okay, to get the port. So this time I will dot port router dot get. Okay, and it will have the port name as, let's say, get port. Also, I think I should pass the get port, not like this. I think in this way it will look nice. Save port and get hyphen port. Okay, and then here I will pass the get port. Okay, controller method. Okay, now it will have take the ID as a argument also. So it will have the port ID. Okay, as an argument. Now let's create another route. The port router dot put. This time I will create a put method, and here I will create an endpoint as update code, okay, slash colon code ID like this. Then here I will call the update code like this. Now let's save it and let's go to the index.js. Now call our, let's say, route to the index.js page. Okay, so how we can write it? Here I will write app.use. Again, we need to use a middleware. Okay, here we need to mention the path. Okay, so we'll pass the path as slash only, and then here we need to use I pass a code routes. So first we need to import it. So I will import const port route. Okay, and it will import it from require slash, let's say it will, the path will be dot slash route slash code route. So like this, and we pass the code routes here like this. Let's save it. Okay, now let's go to the code route. I think everything is correct. Okay, now here we need to define our like a controller logic for each and every method. Yeah, hi Vidya. Bro, use some good themes. Okay, did you did like क्या आपको ये theme पसंद नहीं आया? Like I think you don't like my theme. Okay, I will try some another theme as well. Okay, or you can suggest me some good theme which I can try. Okay. Now let's define the method. Okay, for each and every uh, let's say controller. Okay, so first I will write the logic for save code. Okay, so here what I will do, I will first get my body, a request body. So here I will write request body, and I will get it from request dot body. Okay, like this, and then here I will create one try catch block like this. Okay, and here I will write a new code. Okay, now here I will write a logic to store my code to the database. So for that I will write const new code, which will be equal to, here I will do new. Okay, then I will use code model. Okay, and inside that parenthesis I will pass my request body. Okay, like this. Then after that I will use, let's say, const response. Okay, I will get a response as, let's say, I will use await, and then I will use new code dot save. Okay, like this. So it will, like, these two method will store my code to the database. Okay, okay. So now after getting the response, I will return. Okay, so let's return test dot status. Okay, and I will return the status code as 201. Then I will return a JSON data as a response. So here I will pass, let's say, success as true. Okay, I will pass success as true. Then I will pass message. Let's say message will be code saved successfully. Okay, and after this message I will pass a data. Okay, and inside that data I will pass the code ID. Okay, so code ID, and it will be equal to response. Okay, dot underscore ID. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, now I don't think so any errors here. Now let's write, like, what if our there is something error while saving our code to a database. Okay, so I will handle the catch block as well. So inside that catch block, what I will do first, I will write a console.log. Okay, so here I will write message as failed to save code. Okay, like this. And here I will like console the error as well. Now after that I will return response. So I will write this dot status. Okay, and I will pass the status code as 500, and then okay, I will return a JSON message. So I will write dot JSON. Okay, and here I will pass first key. I will pass as success as false. Okay, then message. Okay, and I will return the message as failed to save as a code. Okay, now here I will return the data. Okay, I don't think so. On failure case, we need to return any data. Okay, only success and message will find. Okay, so it's done. Like I have created one save method. Okay, now let's like quickly create the like complete the method for get code and update code as well. Okay, so let's go come to the get code first. So first let's get the code ID. So I will get the code ID. Let's say code ID. It will be equal to request.forums. Okay, dot code ID. Okay, so I will get my param like this. Let's say request.forum.code ID, and then again I will open one try catch block. Okay, now let's write our logic inside our try block. Okay, so first I will write const response is equal to await. Okay, and here I will use code model. Okay, that find one. Okay, or instead of find one, we can use find by ID. Okay, and here I will pass our code ID. Okay, like this. Now let's first check if our code ID is wrong. Okay, then we'll get our like null response from the database. Okay, so now we are using like a find by ID method. Okay, we are finding any data from the database, and if our code ID is wrong, then obviously there will be no data in the database, and won't be able to find the data. So in that case, this method will return a null response. Okay, like it will not return anything. Okay, so we need to handle that case as well. So here I will check if like we don't have any response. Okay, so in this case, okay, we don't need this curly bracket. Okay, we can return like response dot status code. We can return a status code as 404 as not point, and we'll return a JSON message as say first we'll return the success. Okay, as false. Okay, then we'll define a message. Okay, and then the message will write fail to get code. Sorry for the disturbance, guys. Okay, as someone was there at my door. Okay, so now I am back. Okay, so where was I? Okay, I think I was, yeah, here. You can say I was creating a like module for getting the code. Okay, so यहाँ पर मैंने एक ऐसे core model से find by id method का use किया है. Okay, and inside it I pass my code id. Okay, so it will return the response. But यदि if this code id is wrong, so obviously this find by id will return me a null response. Okay, so I need to handle that case as well. So here I have handled it. If the response is, let's say, false, false means a null value. Okay, then it will return the status code with 404 and the JSON response as success false and failed to get code. Okay, but if there is response, okay, then in this case we will return the response. Let's say response with a status code as 200. Okay, then we'll write a JSON response. Okay, like this, and here first I will write a success. Let's say success will equal to true. Let's fix the spelling as well. Okay, then we'll write message. Okay, so message will be here. I will write let's say I will write successfully. Okay, successfully. We can fetched or we can do get, or I think get instead of get we can use got. Successfully got the code. Okay, you can message any message here. You can pass any message. Okay, it's all up to you. And inside the data, okay, we will return our response. Whatever response we will get from the database, we will return as a response. Okay, let's save it. Now let's handle this error case as well. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy the above like code from the save code function and I will pass it here. Okay, the only thing we will change, instead of fail to save, I will instead fail to get code like this. So it's done. You can see I have created the method for get code. Okay, you can see the logic here. Okay, so if you are getting this point, okay, and if you have any query or if you have any query, you can message me in the chat. Okay, like this part, if you not understand, you just message the like the your like where you have not getting point, you just message me in the chat section so that I can try to like elaborate, okay, or make you understand in a better way. Okay, but if you are getting this point, okay, then it's fine and I can move further. Now let's complete the last method as well. Let's say the update code. Okay, so here as well, first I need to get the id. Let's say code id. If you go to the route, you can say the get code and update code needs we need to pass the code id as a params. Okay, so first I will extract the code id. So I use, let's say, const code id, okay, and it will equal to, can use request dot params. Okay, let's save it. Okay, we can have similar, we can use like this or we can use like this to extract a code id. Then we'll create a try catch block. Okay, and also this will be a put method, so it we will pass some request body to this method. So I'll call cost. Okay, I will extract that request body as well. So const request body is equal to request dot body like this. Okay, okay, so now let's do this. write our logic to update the code. Okay, so what I will do here, I will do first response is equal to await. Okay, then I will use code model dot find. Okay, let's see which method we can use. We can use, I think, find one and replace, not find one and update. We can use it. Okay, like this method will find a data. Okay, and it will update, or we can use, I think, find by id and update. Okay, we can use this one. Like here it will if we have the id. Okay, so we can pass that id here to get like to find the data, and then it will whatever the data will pass, it will update the our data. Okay, I hope you get it. Okay, so here I will use code id, like I will pass my id here, and then after the id we pass our data. Like the data will be request body, so I'll pass like this. Okay, again we'll use the same thing. If there is no response, okay, then I will return and say return, and we will return like the test dot status. Okay, and we'll return the status code as 404. Okay, then we'll return a JSON message. Okay, and here we'll write success as false. Okay, and we'll return the message, and vessel will be failed to we can write get so get, we can write locate data. Okay, so it's done. Now if there is response, then what we'll do, we will return arrays dot status. Okay, and this time we'll return the status code as 200. Okay, yes, we'll return the status code as 200. We'll return the JSON message, JSON data as a response. Okay, so we'll return the success as true. Okay, then we'll return the message as well. So message will be successfully. I think it's spelling it wrong. Success. Just should double C WS. We have successfully updated the code. Okay. Now it will return a data also. Like there is, and here we'll return the code ID as we are returning to our shape response. Okay. Similar to it, we will return our code ID to this update method as well. So we'll return code ID, and here we'll return response. Okay, dot underscore ID. Okay, now let's write the code inside our catch block. So for that I will copy this code from the above method and I will paste it here. Okay, here will only change, instead of fail to get data, it will fail to update code, and here we'll write fail to update code. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so as you can see, I have created all the code. Like you can see, I have created a code for update code. Okay, and here I have created a, let's say, controller function for get code as well as the save code as. Okay, so like the like our server, like like I have created my server. Okay, or we can say the our server part has been done. Okay, we have successfully created our server logic. We have created all the routes which we need. Okay, like we need the save route as well as we need the get code and update code route. Okay, so in order to test this API, okay, we can use a Postman, okay, software, so that we can test our like backend APIs and know like if everything is working fine and we don't have any error. Okay, then after testing it on Postman, we will implement it with our UI. Okay, so let's do it, guys. Just give me some sometime, like it's opening on my postman. Okay. Yeah, I will allow it. Okay, to run on the public and private network. Okay, now what I can do, I can close all this, let's say, route. Okay, don't save it. Now let's create a new route. Okay, so here let's first quickly test our post method. Like first method for saving our code to the database. Okay, first I will go to my database. You can say uh, at last. Okay, now if I choose my, let's say, this code, and let's refresh. Now you can say currently I have the 9 data which I have already stored inside our database. So what I will do, I will delete this code collection to clear it. So I will name it as code. Okay, let's drop this code. Okay, now if I refresh it, now you can see we don't have the code app database. Okay, so now let's try to like insert one data into our database. Okay, so now here first I will go to our, like I have mentioned the URL. So I will use http colon slash slash localhost colon slash 3000. Then I will use the endpoint for saving data. So if you can say the endpoint for saving code is save hyphen code. Okay, so I will use the same save hyphen code. Then I will go come to body. Okay, then I will select the raw data. Okay, so here I will store enter the JSON format value. Okay, so let's enter the JSON format value. So here I will use HTML. Okay, so HTML, and I will pass the value as, let's say, mm, let's say p tag only. Okay, p tag. So I will use some HTML code. Okay, and I will close this p tag right like this. Then I will create one CSS. Okay, and here I will use CSS as, let's say, color as red like this. Okay, now I will use create one JavaScript keyword as well. Okay, so here I will pass, let's say, console.log. Here I will use hello world. Okay, now I will pass this code. Now if you I want to show one thing, like if you go to my route and if you go to code model, here you can see I have defined the model for this code. Like I have defined a schema. Okay, so the keyword should match to this keyword. Okay, like if I pass any different keyword apart from this HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and it won't save to the database. Okay, so just make sure like your request body should match to your schema as well. Okay, so now we can hit the post method, but before hitting the post method, okay, just ensure that our data application is running or not. Like as you can see, our server is up and running. Okay, to this port. Now we can hit the send method and let's see what the response I will get from here. Okay, so once I hit the send method, you can see I got the response as success to message port says successfully. Okay, and in the data I will get the port ID. Okay, now let's come to our database. Okay, let's say collection, and I will refresh this page. Okay, let's see whether my code is stored to the database or not. Now if I come to my collection, here at the right on left side you can see all the database. Okay, so if you remember, I have created the database with the name as ports here. Okay, and inside that ports here, if I click on the collection name, okay, then at right side you can see I got all the, let's say, the code which I have stored. You can see the paragraph, okay, like CSS and JavaScript as well. You can see it's getting stored to the database. Okay, now what I will do, let's quickly test the get method as well. Okay, so to test the get method, I need this code ID. Okay, so I will copy this code ID. Now I will get a next request. Okay, so it will be a get method. Okay, if you go to my code, okay, and then code route, you can see I have created a get method, okay, to get the code. Okay, and the endpoint will be get hyphen code. Okay, so here I will use URL, but instead of save code, it will be a get code. After this get code, I need to pass the param as well, like this. Now let's hit the send button. Now you can see I got the response, the JSON response, like success true, message successfully got the code, and in the data I got the, like, the exact data which is stored for database also. You can say I'm getting the ID, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, created it, updated it, and the version also. You can see everything is there. Okay. So now after this get method, there is only one method remaining. Now quickly test that method as well. So if you go to my VS Code editor, you can see I have created one more route. Let's say code router.code. Like this router will be responsible to update our code into our database. Okay. So here also I will use the same thing, get code. Instead of get code, I will use update code. Okay, and I can use the same, what you can say, the ID for this code as well. Okay, only one thing it will change. Now here I will copy this request body, because this update method, now we need to change the method to put, okay, and we need to pass some data as a request. So I'll pass this request body. Okay, now let's update some content here. Okay, you can see if I go to database, you can see my previous content, like HTML has some HTML codes, color red, and console.log hello world. Okay, now let's modify it. So instead of this text should say some HTML code. Okay, what I will do, I will change it, let's say hello world, some, okay, some HTML code to hello world, and color from red to, let's say it has blue, and console.log hello world. Okay, and also instead of this I can write as subscribe to web dev YT. Okay, now let's test it. Once I click on this send button, you can see I got a response as successfully updated the code, and the code ID I'm getting as a response. Now let's go to our database. Okay, now currently can't see the updated code here. Okay, we can't see it. Now once I click on this refresh button, okay, the same refresh button to click button, so it will refresh our collection. Now you can see we have our updated data, like PS, hello world, color as red instead of red to blue, and then in the console.log I got the messages subscribe to web.dev. Okay, now everything is, I think, working fine. Okay, so now we have successfully created our backend API. Now what we need to do, we need to link our backend server with our frontend. Okay, so let's do it. So for that I will go to my frontend project. Okay, our frontend, like, application code. Okay, so As you can see, first we need to implement, like, remove this id from here. Okay, so as you can see, we have some predefined HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code. Okay, so now what I want, once I click on this share button, this code should save to the database here. Okay, and we should get this id as a response back from the backend. Okay, so let's implement this thing. So to implement it, okay, what we will do, like below this handle copy, okay, we will create one function. Okay, so let's create a function. We'll name it as const. Okay, I will name it as handle share. Okay, like this. Okay, handle share. So here first I will write a logic, like if we have the code id. Okay, so like if we had the code id, then in this case the, okay, I will call the update code function. Like currently I have not created this update code, but I will create it. Okay, above to the handle share. Here just understood the logic, like if I have the code logic, that means user have already got the code from somewhere. Okay, like the code is already submitted or saved to the database. In this case we need to update the code. But if the code id is not there, okay, in this case we'll call our shared code. Okay, like this. Okay, so let's create these two functions. Okay, first I will create const, let's say save code. Okay, and it will be an async function. Okay, and below this save code I will create one update code. I think constant spelling is wrong. So update code, and it will be also an async function. Okay, like this. So now let's quickly complete the save code function. Okay, so I will add the logic here. Okay, in order to save code, okay, first we need one like npm library. So I will install Axios. Okay, as we need to call our backend API. Okay, here, so for that I will use Axios. So I need to import the Axios library. Just clear our terminal to minimize it. Okay, now let's do. First I will do try catch. I will create one try catch block, and here I will write const, and then the curly bracket I will use data, and here I will write await. Okay, I will use await here, and then I will import our Axios. Okay, and to define the method as well, the access the post, and here we need to pass our this is server URL. So I will use http colon slash slash localhost. Okay, colon 8000, and then we get save code. Okay, the endpoint we need to pass it properly, and then we'll pass our code. Okay, so if you remember, we are storing our code inside this state, so we'll pass, okay, as a data there. I think constant spelling is wrong again. This is a mistake I have done. So const data is photo like this. Okay, like await execute post, and then the like backend API URL, and then the request body. Okay, so if you I hover on it, you can say it will send the request body as in this format, let's say HTML, CSS, JavaScript in the object where HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and all the type of the keyword is string. Okay, so now if here I will write on if condition. Okay, I will write if data dot success. Okay, if it is true, or I think we don't need to write a data dot success. Yeah, we don't need to write a data. Here we can write only like a post. We can call our post function, and here we can call the success, and here will show a success message like say your code has been saved. Okay, copy the link. Okay, can you copy the link below to share? Okay, we will show this message to the user. Okay, and then after this toast, we need to navigate user also. Do we need to navigate? Yeah, I think we need to navigate. So here I will use the spelling down. Const navigate. I will import use navigate from React router down. Okay, and I will call like this. Okay, so after this success, the toast message will call navigate. Okay, and we will navigate user to this slash, and then here we'll pass data. Then I think it's the code underscore ID. Okay, like this. Okay, and here I will do share disable to true. Okay, so it will like our share button should be disabled. Okay, and inside our console.log, sorry, catch block, we'll first show like console message to the inspect menu. We'll write failed to share code. Okay, and we'll show the error message as well. And here we'll show a error toast message as well to the user. And here we'll write failed to share your code. Okay, that's it. Now we'll complete our update code as well. Okay, so here also we'll write create one try catch block. Okay, similar to save code. Okay, and here we'll write our logic. Let's say const data is equal to await axios dot. This time I think I will use put method. Okay, as if you remember the root, I say for updating code we have created one put method. So I need to use the same method here as well. Here we'll pass our backend URL. So http colon slash slash localhost colon 8000. Okay, then slash update hyphen code, and then I guess I need to pass our code ID as well. So I will pass the code ID. Okay, and then we need to pass our code as well. So we'll pass our code in this way, in this format. Okay, now we'll show a toast message. So we'll show a toast dot success. Okay, and here we'll show a success message as say your code updated successfully. Okay, copy the I think URL to share. Okay, we'll write this toast message, and now I think we don't need to navigate user to the different page. Okay, can find now inside the cache block. So for that cache block, we will copy this code from the above shape code. Now we'll use here. Okay, we close this one. Now here we'll use failed to update code here. Here also failed to update your code. Okay, so let's save it. Now let's call this handle share function to this share like a button. So I will create one on-click event and I will pass this handle share to this button. Okay, so now let's go to our application. It's a web page. Okay, here we have the HTML page, our CSS code as well as the JavaScript. Okay, now let's see what it will happen once I click on this share button. Okay, so now once I click on this share button, you can say your code has been saved. Copy the link below to share. Okay, and here you can say I got the link as well. Okay, so if I click on this link, you can say our link had been copied. Okay, so if I paste here, okay, okay, I think let's make some changes so that you can understand the store that whether code is successfully saved or not. Okay, or what I can do, I can go to the MongoDB database, and here you can refresh our collection to see whether our code data is getting saved to the database or not. Okay, so we can verify from here. Okay, so now here you can say I currently I have the two results. That's the first one. I hope you remember. Like this data I got it when once I have pasted from Postman. Now if I scroll down, you can say I have got the second data as well. Okay, now you can say it will store like this in the database, and I have that code here as well. Now, what I will do? Okay, so here I will modify some content to this alert. Let's say I'm at a simple alert message. Instead of this alert message, I will remove everything from here. Here I will write sub. Okay, let's say please subscribe to web dev YT. Okay, and one more thing I need to do, like we can see currently my share button is disabled. Okay, so I need to enable it again. Because how can I enable it? So here we can see we have the handle change and everything. Okay, but we are not handling the handle change functionality here. Okay, so for that what I will do, I will create another function. Let's say name it handle code change. Okay, like this I will create one function. Okay, handle code change, and this handle code change, sorry, code change will have access to the value, like we'll pass the value as I want here. And here first I will check if share button or share disable button is true. So what I will do, I will set it, let's say set share disable to false. Okay, so that user can update our code and reshare it or update it. And here I will do set code. Okay, so first what I will do, I will destructure my code. Okay, to store the previous code. Then I will do language. Okay, and then I will pass the value. Okay, now let's call this function to our editor as well. So I will copy this code. Let's say handle code change function. I will come to this editor. Now below this language, I will create one on change event, and inside I will pass the handle code change as a value there. Okay, and also I need to change this here. Okay, I think instead of share, I think it will, if it's show the update, then it will be better. So here what I will do, I will cut it, and here I will write one like if code ID, okay, dot length. Okay, if it is there, okay, if code ID dot name, if it is there, then it will only show that, it will say that update code. Okay, but if it is not there, then in this case it will show this image. It's there. Okay, I need to wrap it with empties react synthetic sugar fragment. Okay, so I will use create this and I'll pass like this. So it will show like this. Okay, so now if I come to our page, now I can say it's the update code. Okay, but currently you can say my update code is disabled. But once I edit this page, you can say it become enable. Okay, now once I click on this update code, you can say your code updated successfully. Copy the URL to share. Okay, so I can copy this URL. Okay, now let's paste it here. I think it will be the same URL. Yeah, but here just notice one thing. Here you can see we can't see the my updated code here. Okay, but if I go to my database, okay, and if I refresh my collection, okay, it's loading our data. Now let's go to our second. Now here you can say in the database we have our updated code. Here you can say accept the please subscribe to web.yt. The change which I have made here, but is not showing here. Okay, but even after I'm currently viewing to this page. So how can I get the updated code here as well? Okay, so let's do it. So for that again I will come to our let's say VS Code editor. Okay, for the front end application. So here at the bottom I will create one use effect hook. Okay, okay, like this. So I will call this use effect. Inside it I will create one callback function and the list of dependency like this. So here first I will create one function called page code, and it will be an async function. Okay, like this. Okay, so inside it I will create one try catch block, and here I will add const like this. Let's say const data is equal to await. Okay, then I will add axios. Here I don't need to write the get method. Okay, because axios, like if I don't mention the method, it will like by default it will take the get method. Here only I need to mention the URL. Okay, so URL I will mention like http colon slash slash localhost colon 8000. Okay, and then here I will write get hyphen code, and then after the slash we need to pass the like code ID as a param. So I'll pass code ID like this. Okay, so once I get the data, what I will do, I will set code. I will call this method like this, and here I will update the data like say HTML. First I will update the HTML code, so I will do data dot HTML. Then again I will do CSS. So I will do data data transfer data dot CSS, and same thing for JavaScript again. So I will use JavaScript colon data dot JavaScript. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so after setting this data, what I will do here also I will do set disable to true. Okay, and in the console.log message, okay, I will write messages. Let's say console.log. We can write let's say error while getting code. Okay, that's for the error message as well. Now here we'll show a post.error message. Okay, so message will be let's say failed to get code. Okay, and here we'll write say please check your URL. Okay. And then if there is an error, then we will navigate user to the home page. Okay, so now if I come to this page and now if I refresh it, now you can see instead of getting a simple alert method, okay, so I have defined that function, but I have not called it, okay, which I forgot. So I need to call this function as well. So here I will write if code ID is there, then call this fetch code function. So now let's save it. Now if I refresh the page, you can say I'm getting data is please subscribe to web.yt. Okay, so whatever change, and now if I made any change here, let's say this time I will make change to the HTML page. Okay, let's say we go to HTML page here, and on the here h1 tag as well. I will write let's say the same content. Please subscribe to WebDev YT. Okay. Now if I click on this update code, I can say your code updated successfully. Copy the URL to share. Okay. You can copy it, but let's refresh this, okay, to say if I get my updated code or not. Apparently I'm in a JavaScript page, but once I click on the HTML, I can say I'm getting the updated code. Okay. So I hope till here you don't have any queries and you got the logic how I have created this update button and everything. Okay, but still if you have any query or any doubt, you can message me in the chat so that I will try to explain. Okay. Now if we consider like our like share and code application is ready. Okay, like create and share code. Like this application, and we have handled all the functionality as well. So like we can code anything, HTML, CSS and JavaScript file. Okay, we can change the theme to dark mode to light mode as well. Okay, and also we can update our code and we can share our code. If you come to the first time, okay, and if you are at the home page, okay, so you will have some predefined code. Now let's make some changes. Instead of showing the JavaScript page first, I want to show the HTML page. Okay, let's change to HTML. Now let's present and see. Once I replace this, at the first time we'll see the HTML page. Okay, so now here you can see we have the HTML page. Now also once I click on the share button, so like it will be our code will push to database and our link will be generated and we can share this link to with our friend and social media. Okay, so that they can see our code. Okay, so that's it for this video guys. I hope you understood. Now let's do one more thing. Let's deploy this application also. Okay, so before deploying it, what I will do, I will push this code to the GitHub application and then later I will deploy it, or I think we can deploy it in a second video because it's already. Okay, but what do you say, guys? Should I deploy our application right now, or should I deploy in a next live stream? What do you say, guys? Okay. If you tell like I need to deploy this application, I can deploy this application today itself. Okay. So mention your opinion. तो जो भी आपका ओपिनियन है कमेंट करिए. Like what do you want? क्या मैं इस एप्लीकेशन को आज के इस लाइव स्ट्रीम में डिप्लॉय करूँ या एक नए लाइव स्ट्रीम में इसको डिप्लॉय करके आपको करूँ? I think let's try to deploy in this tutorial live stream also only. So first what I will do, I will create a GitHub repository for both like server, because like in order to deploy our client application, first we need to deploy our backend. Okay, then we can deploy our front end. Okay, and also I need to make some changes in our front end application also. Like you can say currently I'm using the local host, okay, on the component itself. So instead of using the localhost here, what I want to create a like config file, and there I want to store our like server URL. Okay, or instead of this, I can create a constant. Okay. So let's create a constant. Okay, so I will name it as const server URL. Okay, like this. And here we'll write our server URL is http://localhost /h1000. Okay, so once I deploy our backend, then I will change this server URL to our backend server URL, okay, so that our application should use can use our backend server class. Okay, so now I will copy this server URL, okay, and I will change wherever I use this localhost 8000. So what I will do, I will put it, and then here I will use dollar and then curly bracket, and here I will paste not this server URL. I will paste it. Okay, like this. Okay, similar thing I will do with the update code as well. Delete it, dollar and server URL like this. Now let's go to one more place. We need to modify in the page port function as well. Okay, so let's create it. Let's say server URL like this. Let's save it. Think it's done. Okay, so we have updated our server. I think everything will still work. Okay, so now if I come here, now let's go to the ChatGPT. Okay, to generate some like random HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code. So here I will write generate code. Okay, I'll just say generate HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code for building a to-do application. Let's say. Okay, so we will generate some like say code, HTML code and CSS code here, and we'll try to share this code. Okay, restore to our database and share with our friend. Okay, first I will copy this HTML code. I will come to our platform. Okay, and here I will do Control A and Control B. Now you can say I have the HTML code here. Okay, now let's copy the CSS code as well. So I will copy, click on this link. Okay, now let's choose the CSS file. Okay, Control A and let's paste the CSS code here. It's generating the CSS code. I think it was progress. So let's copy the CSS code now. Okay, let's come to our application. Let's paste it here. Now let's select the JavaScript. Okay, now I will come to my JavaScript code. So click on this copy. Okay, now I'll come to our website. Okay, here I will paste our JavaScript code. Okay, so I think it's done. We have that JavaScript code. Okay, we have the CSS code as well, and now if you see, we have the HTML code as well. Okay, now let's share. So if I click on this share button, now you can see I got the message as your code has been saved. Copy the link to share. Now let's copy this link. Okay, let's open a new tab. Okay, paste our link and let's open it. Let's see if I have the updated code as well. Now here you can see, okay, I got the updated code here. Okay, so whatever code I have shared, I got it here. Now if I go to CSS as well, you can see I have it. So now let's select the JavaScript. You can see I have that code. Okay, so now in this way we can share our code. Okay, so everything is still working. Okay, now let's deploy our backend and as well as the frontend. So first I will create our repository. Okay, so first I will choose the owner. Okay, I will name it as code share client. First I will create a client application. Just name it code share client. Okay, let's close this chat GPT. Can close this one as well. Now let's create one more repository. Okay, so again I will go to github.com. Okay, and here I will create a new repository. Okay, now this time I will name it as share code server. Okay, so I will copy this link. Okay, now I will come to our backend server. Let's say Control C W. Okay, so first what I will do, I will close my server. Okay, just clear it. Okay, now first I will do git init. I will write this git init to initialize a empty git repository. Okay, so now you can say once I click on this empty git repository, just verify like our node model and 30 MB file should not be shared. Okay, it's not a committable. Okay, so now after initializing our empty git repository, I will do git remote add origin and I will pass that like our GitHub URL there. Okay, system, just clear it. Now I will use git add dot. Okay, then I will use git commit hyphen n, and then here I will use my commit message as let's say code sharing. Okay, app server. Okay, we can write any commit message. Okay, okay, so let's clear it. Now I will do git push origin. Okay, master. So let's do it to push our code to the master branch at our repository. Let's clear it. Now let's go to our repository on browser. Now you can say I have the server port server. Sorry, share port server repository. Or let's replace it. You can say I have post my code to here. Okay. And now we need to deploy this Node.js. Okay, let's see how we can deploy it. Okay, so in order to deploy our backend application, let's say we can use I think Vercel. Just search deploy node deploy Node.js. Okay, Node.js app to or on Vercel. Let's see we can deploy our application to Vercel or not. Okay, using Express.js to Vercel, we can use create project, can install Vercel, initialize Express server. We have done it. Now configure your project to Vercel. Okay. Like first, what we need to do, we need to create a new project. We have already done it. We need to install the Express. Okay, that thing also we have done it. Okay, then set up your application. Create directory name API inside API name index.ts. This will your main server file. Okay, and edit your TS file with the following code to set up. Okay, I think I need to create a directory name API and then we need to move our index.js file inside that API file. Okay, and this call will be define the base route forward slash. Yeah, we have already defined it. Okay, return express on Vercel when it's called. Okay, it's all up to us. We can return any string also and start express server and running on port 3000. Okay, it's fine. I think we need to define our port to 3000. Okay, so we can do it later also. Now let's see how we can configure our project for Vercel. So by using a Vercel.json, okay, we need to use one Vercel.json file. You can control how Vercel configure your application. For application, we are going to tell Vercel to route all incoming requests to our API folder. Okay, okay, here I think we need to mention the destination. Okay, so to configure Vercel, create a Vercel.json file. interrupt and add the following code. Okay, then run your application locally, npm i-g virtual, then virtual login. Okay, now you use the local development command, which will also execute the virtual.json configuration you created above. There are several ways you can deploy a project on Vercel, some of which include version CLI, creating a project on Vercel dashboard, or creating your dashboard. Okay, now let's try to deploy it. Okay, I hope you got the logic how we can deploy it. Okay, so first, like I have already installed the Express and also now let's follow this step from step 3. First, we need to create an API. Okay, API folder at the root directory. So I will create one, let's say API folder here. Okay, and inside this API folder, we need to move our index.js file. So you can say my index.js file is currently here. So I will move it inside the API folder. Okay, then we need to update our imports for index.js as well. Now if I come to here, now here we just make sure like every import statement, okay, like the path has proper, it has the proper path. Okay, so now if you can see the path, let's say code sharing app server. Okay, then inside that we have the config and then db, and for route also server, then routes and the code route. Okay, now I think it's done. Now let's run our application to see everything is working. So I will run as npm run there. Okay, to see our server is running fine and there is no issue. Now you can see there is one issue. Okay, like the issue is come from the package.json. Now if you go to the package.json, okay, here you can see in the script I have mentioned that path is not index.js, but it won't find that index.js file on the, let's say, root directory. So here I need to mention as, let's say, node API slash index.js, and for this case also we need to modify. Now once I modify it, okay, let's close this. So Control C, clear it. Now let's rerun it again. So if I do npm run there again, so let's see. Now this time it should work properly. Now you can see it's running properly and our there is no issue also. Okay, now we can test our like front end as well, like it's working properly or not. Now here you can say I have that code. Let's modify something, like I will give one empty line below this URL. Now if I click on this update code, now you can see our backend is working fine and there is no error. Okay, now let's see the next step. Okay, so I have created an API and I have moved my index.js file, okay, inside this API. Then I have initialized our Express server. Okay, here we need to modify one thing. We need to change our port. Okay, instead of 8000, we need to change to 3000. Okay, we need to run our port to 3000. Okay, so let's change it. So now I will go to, let's say, index.js file, and here we have the port which is running on 8000. So instead of 8000, I will change it to 3000. Now I'm same thing, I need to change on the front end as well. So here I will change to 3000. Now let's come to our backend. Okay, now let's close it. Okay, clear it and rerun again. So I will use npm run there. Okay. Okay, so it will run our application on port 3000. Okay, so now if I come to our front end, okay, now let's modify it again. So here I have made one space to here. Now this time I will remove this space. If I click on the update code, it's working. Okay, and I don't have any error. Now let's say the next step. Okay, so I have modified this thing. That means I have completed the step 4. Now at step 5, I need to create a versal.json file. Okay, so let's create it. So I will come to our backend server. Okay, here I will create versal.json. Okay, I will create one JSON file here, and inside it I need to pass this write this code. So I will paste it here. Let's save it, or we can use format. Okay, format document. It's not formatting it. Format document with JSON language. Just now it's formatted properly. Okay, so it's done. Now let's see the next step. In the next step, first I need to install the Vercel globally. Okay, so I think I should have Vercel. Let's close our application. Okay. Now let's write let's say Vercel. Let's check first like whether I have the Vercel or no or not. I think I don't have the Vercel installed here. Okay, so first I need to install the Vercel. So for that I will use, let's say, npm i-g Vercel, so that it will install the Vercel globally into node package. Just wait until it's installed. Okay, once it's installed, we need to log into the Vercel as well. Okay, so I will copy this link as well. So just wait until it's installed the Vercel globally into our system. Or I guess I can use the GitHub also to deploy it. Let's say now this time I install the Vercel or not. So if I do the Vercel -p, now you can see I got the Vercel version. Okay, now let's instead of using the Vercel like this, what I want, let's test it whether I can deploy our application by using GitHub or Vercel platform or not. Okay, so for that, what I will do, you can see I have modified some change, and you can see my modification here. Okay, so let's add it. So what I will do git add dot. Okay, then I will do git commit -m, and here I will write the commit message. Let's say I will write updated code to deploy. Okay, now I'll do git post origin master, okay, so that it will push my updated code to the master branch. Okay, let's clear it. Now let's go to our, let's say, repository. Here you can see, okay, I think we have that Vercel.json file and everything. Here we have. Now what I will do, I will open our Vercel application, our Vercel platform. So I will navigate to vercel.com. Okay, and here I will choose a new file, a new, like add a new button, and then I will click on project, add new project. Okay, so here you can see I have that repository. So I want to deploy the share code server. So I will click on this import. Okay, so here I will use the framework. Let's say if we have the Express, or I don't think see there is Express framework. Yes, I will choose that order. Okay, now we need to pass our environment variable as well. Okay, so in the environment variable, we need to like pass our database connection string. I will come to our, let's say, cluster. Okay, here I will click on this connect button. Okay, then I will come to drivers. Okay, then I will copy this connection stream. Okay, come to the platform. Here I'll write MongoDB. Okay, URL. MongoDB URL, and I will pass my connection stream like this. Okay, so here let's define our database name. Okay, so I think database name is let's see. I think it's share port or ports there. Forgot the database name. Let's go to the collection. Okay, like we need to mention the same database name, either it will create a new database. Okay, so port hyphen share is the name of the database. So we need to pass it like this. The port share, and also we need to change the password. Okay, so what I will do, I will change this password here. So instead of db underscore password, it should be my actual password. Okay, which I have created. Now after defining the let's say environment variable, okay, what I will do, I will click on this deploy button. So let's say if we are successful, if we are able to deploy the application or not. Let's see. Like this is the first time when I'm trying Vercel to deploy a backend application. Like I haven't used the backend to deploy or I haven't used the Vercel to deploy our backend application. Or let's say if we are able to deploy it. Now you can say I think it's deployed application. Okay, but I think there's something this error. Okay, server function trace. This serverless function trace so function is working fine. I think there is some error. Yes, so okay, now let's see how we instead of using the Vercel dashboard. Okay, let's use this something for our application. First, I will copy this Vercel, like I will deploy it locally. Okay, so I will come here and I will paste the Vercel login command. Okay, so here it prompts me some option which like continue with GitHub or GitLab. Let's select the GitHub. Just waiting for GitHub authentication to complete it. Okay, I think I have some prompt. Okay, Vercel CLI login successful. Now let's connect your. Okay, now okay we have uh, successfully authenticated per Vercel. Now let's see the next step. Okay, it's not open. Now you can use local deployment command which will also execute the Vercel.json configuration you created above. Okay, now let's run this Vercel.dev. Let's see what it will do. Now let's paste it. Vercel.dev. Just run like setup and deploy. Yes, I want to set up and deploy. Yes, Money project. Link with existing project. No. Yes, code sharing app server. And in which directory your code is located. Okay, this process will create a new Vercel project, but don't worry. Okay, it will ask some question. This will make your Express app publicly accessible here. We will get it. We shall get to that later. Okay, let's see. Which is directory of your code. I think dot slash yes. Now it will setting our application. No, I don't want to modify. Okay, so now I think it's available at localhost 3000. Now if I control click, let's see what I will do. Bad gateway. I got an error. What is the error? I did not understand. Okay. Say if I go to API, again I'm getting bad gateway. localhost colon 3000. Why I'm getting a bad gateway? Yes. Okay, let's say terminal. Okay, let's say the error API index.js failed with exist code 1. Next event, let's now already in use 3000. Okay, I got that point. Why it's failing? Okay, if my frontend is running at different port, you're saying like the port is already in use. Okay, but where it's flooding? I'm not running it locally also. You can say this is the only one. Let's close it, let's clear it. Let's run again. Yes, I will do, let's say Varsal, then dev. Okay, so let's refresh our page again. Please don't fail. Again, it's failing. Well, now this time what I will do is let's change this port. Okay, instead of 3000, let's go with let's say 8000 only. Okay, now let's see if we are getting the same error or not. Yes, I will close it, clear it. I will use npm, not npm runtime. I will do Varsal dev. Let's refresh this. Please don't fail. Now it's failing. Listener is not a function. Here, if I am using a 3000, okay, now let's say on the package.json, I have the start and then it will start from let's say API, then index.js. Okay, I have that. Let's say get route as well. Okay, hello, welcome to Express app. Everything we are getting here, and I think correct also. Okay, and in the virtual.json, I've defined the extensions API. Okay, I guess if I go to the package also, so here also I will Express API just index.js. Let's see. Let's write virtual dev. Ready, available at 3000. API index.js failed with zip code. I don't know. I'm not sure why. Now let's say how to deploy. Okay, to deploy, we can import it now. Okay, let's close it. Let's use the version command. See Control C. You can use let's say versal. Okay. From where this thing is. Here I will use versal only. Let's open. Okay, now as you can say it's running. Welcome to Express app. I need to make one changes, like it's asking for authentication. So I will go to versal.com. Okay, here you can see our, let's say, the project which I have deployed. So here if you can see, I can go to the setting. Okay, so inside that, in the environment variable, I can add the environment variable. But let's I just want to change one thing. Let's go to the security. Okay, good for no password construction. Authentication, I need to go, move this authentication part. So if I go to the advanced also, so I'm not seeing here, like the authentication, we can remove this authentication, also authentication, so that anyone can access this our backend. If I refresh this, will not ask for authentication. Okay, now let's see if I'm getting the data as well. Okay, let's MongoDB. Okay, like it has the collection for MongoDB or not. Okay, so I will go to my code. Okay, here I will copy this. Okay, now let's go to our code. So after this versal, I will press slash, and here I will write get hyphen code, and after the slash, I will paste the URL. Okay, now you can see it has access to the data. It has access to the database as well. Okay, now let's deploy it to the production. Okay, so to deploy it to production, we can use, let's say, versal hyphen prod. Okay, so just wait until it deployed to the production. Okay, so currently it's building. Like once it deployed, then we will need to change our backend URL. Okay, at our frontend also. So once I change it, there we can deploy our frontend application. Okay, so now let's do it. Okay, so I think it's deployed. Okay, so here if I go to my project, let's say general, okay, from where I will get the, let's say, URL. So if I go to project, okay, so I think here is my deployment URL. Okay, so what I will do, I will click on this and I will copy this link. Okay, now if I go to this URL, okay, right, so let's click on this. I think this is the URL. Yeah, I need to copy this URL. Okay, now I will go to my GitHub repository for code server, and in the about section, okay, I will paste my URL here. Okay, so now let's modify it for the front end as well. Okay, so what I can do, I can close this thing, I can close this tab as well, I can close this tab, and I can also close this tab. Okay, let's close this tab as well. So let's close the unusable. So now let's go to our front end. Okay, let's refresh our code. Okay, like server URL with our deployed server URL. Okay, so now it's done. Okay, so I think let's see if my front end is running. Okay, yes, it's running. Now we can test it. So just here you can see, guys, currently you can see my backend is not running. Okay, I am not running my backend application locally. Okay, so but if I come to our browser, let's refresh it. Okay, now let's modify something here. Here instead of h1 to this, now let's say I write h1 as if you like it. Okay, please, okay, make sure to like and subscribe. Okay, now let's test it. Now if I click on the share button, you can say your code has been saved. Okay, copy the link below to share. Okay, and if I copy this link, now if I open a new tab and if I paste here, okay, let's wait. Okay, let's see if I get the latest code. Yeah, you can see I got the updated code here and I got the message also. Okay, now so I think it's working. Okay, now it's time to deploy our front-end application as well. Okay, so here you can see I have created on our GitHub repository. Okay, so I will copy this link. I will come to our front end. Okay, now let's close our application. Okay, we can clear it. Now here we can write first, let's say git init like this, so it will initialize and put a git repository. Okay, so now if you can say here you can say all the file name has been changed to be like it mentioned, like it mentioned that these are file are ready to commit. Okay, so now here I will do git rows, let's say git remote add origin. I will pass that link here. Okay, let's clear it. Now I will do git add dot. Okay, let's clear it. Now I will do git commit hyphen name, and here I will do let's say code sharing client. Okay, like this. I will do git push origin master. Okay, okay, as you can see it pushed our code to the GitHub. So let's clear it. Okay, now let's close the terminal. Now if I go to our browser at GitHub repository and if I refresh it, you can see all my updated code is showing here. Now to deploy our front end, what I will do, I will go to the Vercel platform. Like I will go to vercel.com. Okay, then I will click on this add new button here. Okay, then I will select project. Okay, so here you can say we have option to import Git repository. Okay, so I will select port, let's say port share client. I will click on this and here you can say we have the framework preset and everything. Now we just need to click on this deploy button. It should deploy our application. Okay, and I don't think so there should be any error. Okay, let's wait until it deployed our application. Just wait for some time, guys. Yeah, build is successful. Okay, now you can say it deployed our application. Okay, so now let's preview it. So now if I click on the preview, okay, you can see I have got my code here. Okay, now let's test the, let's say share button is working fine. Now let's test the, let's say button also. Like if I click on CSS, it's changing the CSS code also. And if I click JavaScript, it's taking me to the JavaScript page. Okay, now let's modify some code. Okay, so let's say what change I can modify here. Okay, Okay, so now let's remove this h1, and instead of h1 I will create one paragraph tag. Okay, let's write some content like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, now I will close my p tag like this. Okay, now let's only change the HTML tag. Okay, now if I click on the share button, let's see. Yeah, you can see your code has been saved. Copy the link below to share. Okay, I think that should be saved. Okay, that should be. Now if I click on this link button link, okay, so you can say our link has been copied. Now if I go to the next new tab, and if I open it, okay, currently you can say I'm getting 4,000. Why? Okay, I think React router is not working. Link has copied. If I refresh it, cannot. That's it. Okay, now refresh it. Okay, now it's giving this 404. Now I think there's some issue with Vercel. Okay, the React router DOM is not working with Vercel. Now let's try to fix this. Okay, let's see if we can fix it here or not. So now we can continue to dashboard. Okay, we are on the client. Okay, we don't need to see the words. Let's say deployment. Okay, like our current deployment is here. Okay, let's search on Google. Okay, I deployed my application on Vercel, and but when I'm trying to navigate a page by URL, so let's say if I get link is not working when open to Vercel. I think this is the same error which I'm getting here. Okay, let's see how can I fix it. Okay, so create a file called Vercel.json on a root folder. Okay, and what I need to do of a project. Okay, yes, I will the following content routes. The Thursday. I think I can just try with this snippet, code snippet. So what I will do, I will copy this code snippet. Okay. Now we need to create a Vercel.json for our front end as well. Okay, so let's create it. I don't think so. There is Vercel.json file is there. So I will create it. Let's say Vercel.json. Okay, let's paste the content. Okay, we need to specify the for root. Okay, now let's again we'll do git add just a dot. If like it will push only this Vercel.json file. Now let's say git commit -m, and here I'll do the added Vercel.json configuration. Now I'll do git push origin master. Okay, let's save it. It will push my local changes to GitHub. Now let's minimize it. Let's close this version.json also. Okay, now let's come to the deployment. So here you can say it just made one deployment and it's ready. 10 seconds now. Now if I come to our page and if I refresh it, I think it should work. Yeah, you can see it's working. Now it's working and now I am not seeing any error messages. Now if I copy this link, okay, and if I open a new tab and if I paste it here, then now you can see it's working fine. Okay, and we are able to open our code, okay, with the link as well. So that's it for this guys. Now for the system guys, I hope you learned something new. How we have created one create and code like share code application. Okay, like in this application we have created one like the code editor. Okay, for three different languages. Let's say for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, you can see here, and also we have implemented a theme changer functionality as well. As a toggle between dark mode and light mode. Okay, and I have also implemented one share functionality, share button functionality. So okay, if you want to like you have written some code with this code editor, and if you want to share your code with your like friends, okay, so you can click on the share button like already generated one. That's why we can see update code here. But if for the first time if you come here, and if you write some code here, so there will be instead of update code it will be a share. But I will show here. If I remove this link and if I open it, I can see it has the tool looking like this, and here you can see at the bottom right side you can see a share button. Okay, so it will be like once you like modify any code, if you have written any code here, just click on the share button. Okay, so it will generate a link, and here you can see your code has been saved, and copy this link to share. And now you can copy this link. Okay, you can click on this button to copy it link. Now you can open a new tab and you can share your code with your friends. Okay, like this, and it will be they can see your code. Okay, like this. So that's it for the system guys. I hope you like understood like how we can create this application. Okay, what I will do, I will provide this let's say source code and the website URL in the chat section. Okay, right now, so you can access this as well, and also and later I will update it in the description, so that if you want to check out later you can check it out later also. Okay, so just give me a second. I will providing this two link like the source code and the live set URL in the description below, so that you can also play around it. So later you can just give me a second guys. So first let me copy our front-end client-side URL, or let's say the repository URL first. Okay. So I will copy this repository URL, and here I will write code. I will just write the source code. Okay. So I have provided a GitHub source code in the description. Okay, just check it guys and let me know. Okay, now let me provide you the let's say client side URL as well. So I will copy this link. Okay, and I will provide it here. Let's say okay, live preview or the preview. Okay, so I have provided both of the link in the chat section, guys. Okay, you can have a look there. Okay, just play around with it and just tell me your like opinion how it's built. Okay, just mention your thought in the chat section, guys. Okay, so that's it, guys. I will meet you soon in the next one. Okay, so till then, okay, good night, guys. Okay, and also make sure to like and subscribe my channel if you're new. Okay, and also enable the notification so you never miss any update. Okay, so that's it, guys. Thank you so much for watching this video. Bye.